This playoff season, there's only one place where we'll bet, Fanatic Sportsbook. Yes, they're our presenting sponsor, but it doesn't make sense to bet anywhere else if you're a sports fan. When you bet, you earn fan cash, win or lose, which means that your bets get you closer to accumulating fan cash for authentic jerseys, hats, memorabilia, and more. Winning hits different with fan cash. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Connecticut residents call 800-789-7777. Massachusetts residents call 800-327-5050. New York residents call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Maryland residents visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Welcome to the Knicks Film School Postgame Show presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. I am Jonathan Macri. I am here with DJ Zullo to talk about a win that has been a season in the making, as I'm being told might not be on. Of course it's not. It's on.
Hold on.
On now.
One of the more important post-game shows that this brand is ever going to do. And of course, that's how it starts.
I just turned it on.
Okay.
I had it on. It's for some reason it turned off.
Hold on. Let's reset. John, pretend the intro ended now.
Welcome to the Knicks Film School Postgame Show presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. I'm Jonathan Macri here with DJ Zullo. Did I get it right this time? Okay. Yeah, we are here to talk about a win that was in many ways it was a playoffs in the making, it was a season in the making, and in a lot of ways it was a quarter century in the making. A massive display of guts, determination, and perhaps most importantly for this particular team, execution. Not something that we could say the Knicks have done from opening tip to closing bell very often this season, regardless of the opponent. And absent a bit of a rough start out of the gate, they certainly did it tonight with what was unquestionably their best effort of the season. It is the effort that we have been waiting. Again, 91 games coming into tonight. We've been waiting all that time for. And I can't wait for DJ Zullo to wax poetic about what this night means to him and what he saw that allowed the Knicks to do what they did. But I would be remiss to start anywhere other than with Jason Tatum. With 3 minutes and 3 seconds left to go in this game, OG Anunoby makes his biggest defensive play of the night. Steals the ball, goes coast to coast for a dunk, puts the Knicks up 9 points, 113-104. Knicks had all the momentum in the world. It looked like the result was going to be what the result was anyway. Meanwhile, though, Jason Tatum falls down in a heap with what certainly appeared to be a non-contact injury. Could not put any weight on the leg as he left, and we saw a video of him with his head in his hands on a wheelchair exiting to the Celtics locker room. This is going to be a party tonight. This is going to be all kinds of exuberance and jubilation and praise for a team that damn well deserves it. But there is something about it now that is just, if you're a basketball fan, if you love sports, and if you love great competition, to have that injury happen on a night where two of the absolute greats of our game went toe-to-toe for 4 quarters, and we were saying it as on the watch-along. Knicks might have been up by 20 if it wasn't for Tatum's heroics. That's how well they played, and that's how important what Tatum did was to his team. And to see him go down, and I'm not – I don't need to say anything because everybody saw the play. I don't need to say anything. But I just want to give a shout out to Jason Tatum. He's a fantastic ambassador to the sport of basketball, a fantastic – I mean, he's one of the best players in the game. And I've been watching the sport for this team, rooting for this team for over 30 years. I could count the amount of guys on one hand that terrify me in a playoff series or just in a big game as much as that dude really strikes fear into your heart when he has the ball. So, look, we hope for a speed. I mean, as speedy a recovery as possible. And I just wanted to start there. DJ, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it took the air out of the room. It's taken the air out of this show for a moment, and we'll work to get it back because I think this fan base deserves the celebration that you mentioned, and we will celebrate tonight. But it is important to start with Tatum because we are all thinking ankle, right? We were all when they went to break. He twisted his right ankle. Maybe he'll miss a possession, or maybe they'll knock him out for the game. And then when we saw the replay, we all kind of knew what it likely happened. And listen, he had 42 points on the night. I'm sure a couple baskets were clean, easy looks. I thought his shot making was at a level that it seemed like the Knicks just weren't going to be able to do enough to deter his night. And we've seen him have nights like this where it really doesn't matter what the defense is bringing to him. He's able to just figure out a way from mid-range to get to that 40, maybe 50 point plateau. That's the type of offensive player he is. It's just, we're human. It was a real human moment to see him there. And you saw his reaction, both on the floor and then when he was being wheeled back to the locker room on a wheelchair, head in his hands, and just he knew that it was bad. And listen, I know the Knicks were up 9. They had taken control of the game. I think they would have won the game regardless of what the injury was, and they're up 3-1 in the series. But it does sort of put a dark cloud over the festivities for a moment here, and you just doesn't matter how competitive you are as a player, specifically, or even as a fan, how much you root for your team. You don't want to see a player go down in that way, especially one that, as you said, couldn't be a nicer guy, couldn't be a better ambassador, as you mentioned, for this league. And listen, we've seen injuries like this. It's not just a playoff thing. This is a career, it's a bad one. And we hope for the best. And, maybe it's not as bad as it seems right now, but you just never want to see that. It's part of the game, and it's the unfortunate. We saw the Knicks last year, just one player after the next go down. Maybe not as severe as this, but we saw it. The Knicks were a mash unit by the end of the playoffs last year. It's a brutal way to see a guy go down, but we will make sure that we give proper time and respect to a Knicks team who I think played the best second half I've seen a Knicks team play in decades. It was that good. And, once we wrap up what is a deserved sort of acknowledgement of the moment here, which is the Jason Tatum injury, we will get to that.
And let's get to it right now.
Yeah.
Let's get to it right now. And listen, hearts go out to Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck Boston all the way, because the amount of, there's arrogance. There's arrogance in sports, obviously. And then there is whatever level certain, and it's not all Boston fans, to be clear, but some folks in the NBA media sphere, the level of dismissiveness that was given to this basketball team, this Knicks team, I mean, it's been louder after game 3, but a lot of it was there even after game 2. And like, look, as we are going to talk about, and as we are already talked about a little bit, I get it. I get it because we have been waiting 91 games for this team to put together a complete basketball game. But what those wins in game 1 and game 2 should have shown everybody, as well as, by the way, every single win in the Detroit series. Game 1 with the run, game 3, game 4, and obviously game 6. This team has something. Again, have they been great with prosperity? No. Have they made the most of their talent? Abso-fucking-lutely not. And we have been screaming about it almost since opening night. You don't scream a lot, DJ. I scream sometimes. We've been talking about it since opening night. So I get a level of skepticism. I get a level of confidence that borders on arrogance. But to make it out like those 2 basketball games didn't happen or came down purely to, oh, well, they just had the 2 worst shooting performances that they're ever going to have as a team, and that's all there is to it. You can't do that. Just like if I came on here and I made fun of the of Tatum's injury or made light of it, that's disrespectful to the game of basketball, and certainly it's disrespectful to this opponent, who, for all of their imperfections, never lost belief in themselves and never lost belief in each other. And tonight, they got down by as many as 14 points. There were moments where this game looked like it was teetering on the edge. And I know we said it in the playback. You can't let another game go with get up to a 20-point deficit. You just can't do it. They're like, you can only go back to that well so many times. Could not do it tonight. And every time it was on the brink. And we're going to talk about the heroes of this game, and boy, were there heroes. Somebody made a play. Somebody made a shot. Somebody made a rotation. Somebody made a stop. Somebody made a move. And to say that they answered the bell time and time and time again, and then all we ever wanted, just give us a chance to get into that clutch zone, get into that clutch area, those last 5, 6, 7 minutes of the game with a chance. And the one thing, and then I will not mention the Tatum injury again, but that must be acknowledged, is that the Knicks asserted themselves in the way that they did and started to run away with this basketball game long before that injury happened. Does it mean that things couldn't have gone differently had it not happened? Of course not. Crazier things have happened. Crazy things happen in basketball all the time. We've seen them in this playoffs. Crazy things happen. But they asserted themselves and they took control of this game in a way that they have never, as currently assembled, taken control of a basketball game and exerted their will against a team that we have acknowledged for weeks, for months, has more talent than them. And it didn't matter tonight. They still went out there and won.
Second half, 70 Knicks, 51 Boston. And we've been waiting. While we've acknowledged the Knicks defense has largely, other than most of game 3, but for games 1 and games 2 specifically, the Knicks defense has really brought it in this series. But the Knicks half-court offense lagged behind. And the question I had coming into game 4 was like, how were they going to be able to generate a flow offensively to the point where you can sustain offense? Well, they sustained offense in the second half to the point of scoring 70. I mean, how about this? A 76 field goal percentage on 2-pointers in the second half.
I was about to say, it wasn't even the 3. It'd be one thing if you score 70 points against the Boston Celtics, what is your mind immediately going to assume? Oh,
a hot shooting night from 3. Yeah.
Hot shooting night. Second half, 5 of 12 from deep. That's it. And by the way, or maybe the refs were just blowing the whistle every time. No, 5 of 8 from the line. That's it.
It was Mikal Bridges getting into the mid-range. It was Jalen Brunson sometimes getting all the way to the rim. It was Karl-Anthony Towns continuing to score efficiently despite an offensive ecosystem that is not taking advantage of his full skill set. But to have a 115 offensive rating for the entire game in the half court when this team was mired in the 80s, to just flip the switch in that way, to me was, I thought, borderline stunning. And it felt like watching the third quarter, I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. And maybe that was me being the pessimistic Knicks fan that have seen a lot of games and a lot of like stretches where they play well, but then it peters off. It never did. No. This offense continued. Mikal Bridges Brunson got it going, and then Bridges sort of took the baton and really got the Knicks into the striking distance to take the lead. And then Brunson took us home. Towns, a big part of that. Anunoby, Josh Hart, when he was in the game, a big factor and some of those stretches. A complete team effort. And not to be lost on it, I thought Mitchell Robinson's ability to spring Jalen Brunson. Look, Jalen Brunson deserves like a 2-hour post game just to talk about him, and we will. But I do want to make sure I don't forget to note Mitchell Robinson's ability to spring Brunson and allow him to have some separation, which if you watch the first 3 games, Josh Hart was the primary screener for Brunson, and the Celtics defenders, who are big and they're strong and they're mean, were going through Hart time and time again, and Brunson was not able to generate that separation. Well, that changed completely in the second half. Specifically, Brunson was dominant. Mitchell Robinson, the longest tenure Knick, who's been minute for minute the best Knick in the series, was up to the task and was able to spring Brunson enough to get him going.
Jalen Brunson is gonna whenever he leaves this franchise, and I hope it's not for a very, very long time, he's gonna leave the franchise as a member of the Mount Rushmore. It's gonna be Reed, it's gonna be Frazier, it's gonna be Ewing, and it's gonna be Brunson. And I don't believe that it's going to be remotely controversial. And when we are talking about his Mount Rushmore resume, I have a funny feeling that we're going to look back on this night and refer back to this game as something that figures prominently and is very high on the list, because I think you can make the argument, and I'm not even sure it's that difficult of an argument to make, that this was his greatest night as a Knick. So we are talking about the most important player in the franchise over the last 25 years, going to be one of the greatest Knicks of all time, if he isn't already, having perhaps his best night as a Knick. And I want to start the conversation with Mitchell Robinson. Because guess what, Deej? If Mitchell Robinson doesn't come in and bring the effort and energy, and it looked like he was out there with a jetpack on in the first half, flying around defensively, giving the Knicks second opportunities. I think he finished this game with 5 offensive rebounds. I'm fairly certain every single one of those was in the first half, or at least 4 of them were in the first half. I'm pretty sure. I think all 5 might have been.
He had 4 in the first half.
4 in the first half, so 1 in the second half. Again, a lot of that first half was danger zone. It felt you felt it. You clenched, and you're like, oh my God, they are hanging on by a thread. And early on, shocker, the Knicks starting unit did find a lot of footing in the third quarter, but they never start off well in these games, and they didn't start well off in this game. We were sitting around waiting. Okay, when's Mitch going to come? When's Mitch going to come in? When's Mitch going to come in? And Mitch came in, and he did not disappoint. He will be the unheralded hero of this game because of what Brunson did, because of what Bridges did. OG Anunoby quietly getting up to 20 points on 14 shots, ended up making 4 of 8 from 3. I think he made most of those in the second half. And then obviously Karl-Anthony Towns, a workmanlike 23 points on 15 shots. What Mitchell Robinson contributed to this game just cannot get lost in the shuffle. It feels only appropriate to talk about him first, especially since he might have been the player of the game in game 2. And as you said, is he pound for pound or minute for minute the best player in the series? It's a conversation, man. It's a conversation.
Yeah, and we didn't get the hack of Mitch. That was not part of the strategy for the Celtics. Right? It just kind of like dissolved into nothing. we'll be curious to see. I'm sure Mazzulla will be asked about that post game. So Mark, maybe if there's any information on why he decided not to go that route, I'd be curious. But yeah, he was able to spring Brunson, but you can set the screen. That's hugely important. He's a big body. You can give him the separation, but the guy's got to make the shots, right? In the second half numbers for Jalen Brunson,
Can you go through them, please?
We should notate them because the man scored 26 points in the second half against that Boston defense with Derek White and Drew Holiday and Porzingis and Cornette in the paint waiting for him. 26 points on 17 shots. He went 7 of 12 from 2-point range, 3 of 5 from 3, plus 21, and was literally going back basket for basket with Jason Tatum for a large swath of that second half, and seemed like he was completely up for the task. A couple of makes at the rim, which usually isn't an area where Brunson is going to make a lot of his primary offense, but baskets around Porzingis, quick layups on the left side of the rim. He had the complete bag going. The one going over his right shoulder on the left elbow, and he's usually much better going over his left shoulder as a left-hand shooter. He went over the right. I don't know if you remember this shot. It was almost like a Kobe-esque going over the opposite shoulder, fading away at the left elbow. It was one of those makes where you just know he's in a zone. He really has it going in this game when he's going to that deep of his bag. A legendary performance. And again, we talked about, and it was all over Knicks Twitter and, is this the Jalen Brunson masterclass game? And I was kind of skeptical of that based on what this defense does and what the Knicks offense doesn't
Phone
do.
booth.
Phone booth.
Benji Ritholtz. Phone booth.
Correct. And Benji's completely correct. And listen, and he usually prospers in any spacing environment, but he was able to get a little more space in the second half based on maybe some lineup configurations, which we could talk about.
Well,
and
do you want to do it now?
Let's do it now. I mean, it's a huge piece of how the Knicks were able to get the lead and extend it.
We're all about the vibes right now, and I do want to acknowledge that Josh Hart was in for the entire third quarter, and everything that we're talking about, this Brunson barrage, to quote Mike Breen, did start in the third quarter. So I don't want us to sit here and have some kind of revisionist history that the Knicks offense didn't get going until the fourth quarter when Josh Hart was out of the game with 5 fouls in the hole. No, but did things loosen up? Yes. What else is there to say? I don't know what else there is to say, Deej.
Yeah. And listen, I thought Hart really, it seemed like in the second half, especially later in the third quarter, it did seem like Hart was starting to put his stamp on the game. So I don't know if it would have been completely different if it wasn't a lot of McBride and Robinson in that.
You felt we felt it watching. We felt the space.
You felt the space, and then you felt the defensive component of those two players in the game, and that's the two-way aspect of both of them. And it's you don't typically view Mitch as an offensive weapon, but in this series, it seems like he is with his screening, with his offensive rebounding, and the fact that he is his gravity in the dunkers, and he got a couple lobs that Towns got him on one and Brunson on another. So he was able to get the rolls to the basket and get finishes up high above the rim. So it seems like he's now providing offense impact coupled with what the defense is. And it's been borderline elite right now. He's rounded into form to be a true two-way center in a manner that I didn't think he had this level in him. He showed flashes of it 2 years ago or early part of last year specifically, but to do this in the playoffs against the Celtics, he's exceeded my expectations, and I've been pretty high on him. So shout out Mitch to just be a big piece of another Knick win against the Celtics. A phenomenal series so far for him. I
wrote it in the newsletter today in 42 minutes that going into tonight, that Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson were on the court together. The Knicks had a 124.1 offensive rating. That was the best offensive rating by a significant degree of any two players who had played any significant amount of minutes together. I'm trying to see if I can quickly scramble to get Robinson and Brunson offensive rating. Jesus Christ. So tonight, 17 minutes and 32 seconds of shared court time. That's going to be a 148.5 offensive rating for Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson's shared minutes together. Now, obviously, scrolling down this, shout out to Pivot Fade, all of these offensive ratings are in the 120s and 130s, but that's by far, again, the best number. Something is happening when those two are on the court. And by the way, the only one that's higher than that amongst lineups that played at least combos that played at least a dozen minutes together in 12 minutes and 17 seconds, Jalen Brunson and Deuce McBride, 158.3. Knicks scored 38 points in the 12 minutes and 17 seconds that Jalen Brunson and Deuce McBride shared the floor. Look, we've been seeing a lot of these numbers all year when Deuce is on the floor. Now you're adding Mitch, so you're adding the shooting. It's the shooting and it's the screening.
Yes,
and those are the two guys who are on the floor late. In terms of Brunson, I'll wait for an opportune super chat to do it. But like I'm just looking at my notes, at least 5, maybe 6 moments where Jason Tatum hit a shot that just felt massive.
Yeah.
And then Brunson would come down the other end and with an immediate response.
Immediate response. And shots in a different way, but almost in the same vein of shots. I'm sure if you're a Celtics fan, of just like taking your heart. I mentioned the one over the right shoulder, the baseline fade over Derek White on the right side. Just an incredible shot maker, and played, as you mentioned, maybe the game of his Knicks career. And I think if you weigh it against the competition, he had some amazing games in his first go around against the Cavs, not so much, but against Miami. And then we saw him against Philadelphia just have some monumental games. But this is a different level of defense, this Boston team, especially the on-ball defense. I mean, Kelly Oubre, solid player, but you're not Derek White, you're not Drew Holiday, and you're not Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown when they get switched on him. Like he's going against some of the elite on-ball defenders in the NBA. Maybe, I think, other than Oklahoma City, the best group of on-ball defenders in the NBA.
I think the defensive ceiling of this Boston team is higher than any team in the league except OKC and probably Houston. Yeah, I would go with those. Those would be the two.
That's completely reasonable. Needless to say, it's a incredible defense, and for the Knicks as a whole to score 121 points, and for Brunson to get to 39 is just incredible.
And we'll take this moment to acknowledge the Celtics played well tonight. Like, they played well, and their superstar gave them a superstar performance. You know, you want to look at, okay, Jaylen Brown, 7 of 16 for 20 points, not his best, but like they played well. They executed on defense. They did what they always do on offense. They generated great looks, and they hit almost all of them. Hello, Derek White. It felt like he didn't miss a 3 all night. He ended up 6 of 11 from deep, but still 23 points on 12 shots from Derek White. Like, that's incredible stuff. So you're doing all this with this team that you're playing, that everybody, again, was still picking to beat you in the series. And look, series not over yet. But you showed up with that performance. Let's go on to Mikal Bridges.
Yes.
Any doubts that existed about whether Bridges was going to be able to be a long-term part of this core? I think they're gone. What he went out there and did tonight, and like, you're going to, we could look at the shooting numbers and be like, 11 to 21 for 23 points. That's no. Everyone who watched this game knows 7 rebounds, some big ones.
Thank you for saying that. Huge rebounding night for him.
The rebound he got right after, it was 109-104. and it was right before, and then he fouled that up with a mid-ranger on an assist from Jalen Brunson to make it 111-104. Massive rebound there.
It was a long rebound around the free throw line.
It was
or the dotted line. It was like when he had to like go out of his way to attack it and get it.
He had another massive rebound earlier in the fourth quarter when they were going back and forth, and the Celtics kept coming back to tie it. I think they may have even taken the lead once or twice. And the mid-range shot making throughout the entire fourth quarter. How many points did you say Bridges had in the fourth quarter? I think you said it before.
He went 5 of 6 from the field.
I mean, you can just stop right there.
I mean, 5 of 6 from the field in the fourth quarter, right? That's
5 of 6 from the field in the fourth quarter, and yet
he had 10 in the quarter.
With the rebounds, with the points, with the middies, with the 4 steals in this game.
Early pickups on defense. Like he had some ball pressure possessions, just enough to slow them down. Yeah.
The ball pressure, the on-ball defense, the up, and yet the biggest freaking play of the game, arguably, you said it, an insane rotation on
Porzingis.
On the Porzingis, who was flying in for what should have been a completely uncontested look when, again, these teams were going back and forth in the fourth quarter. After that rotation, OG came down for the drive to make it 102-99, and then Tatum actually after that had the and one that should have been called a double dribble, but we won't harp on that. And then after that, the Knicks went on their merry way. One of the best rotations you'll ever see in a big game.
100%. And I know Porzingis is compromised. He dunks that, but the fact that Bridges met him before he was able to take off and stayed vertical, he didn't foul, which is we get on him sometimes with the lack of fouling because I think it sometimes represents the lack of aggression, the lack of physicality, but he's got a way about him and a great awareness of like when to use his length and just knowing when not to be so aggressive to where you're gonna get a foul called on you, but to utilize what is a elite wingspan, and was able to force Porzingis into taking a contested layup. He missed it, and it was a huge bucket. I thought in general the Knicks rotations were really good if you isolate and take away the first 3
minutes.
Yeah, or the first 3 minutes where the team just looked a little haphazard. They were having trouble getting matched up, but beyond that, it was a pristine defensive performance in a lot of ways. Much better in terms of the communication. The switching was just like, we're going to switch on basically everything, including Brunson on Tatum in some occasions, but
they finally got it down.
They got it down.
There was the first 3 minutes, which were bad. And then there were moments during the first half, a moment here, a moment there where it's like, guys, come on, we gotta be locked in on this. Like where there was a little error, maybe a handful in total.
Yeah.
Most of them the Celtics made them pay for. In the second half, like 2-3 Celtic possessions where there was like, oh man, we were sitting there and be like, you got to get that right. That's got to be better. Like it was. You could count the number on one hand in the second half.
Yeah, that's how good it was. And Bridges was a huge component. Like I don't know, because we almost lost to Anunoby that was like a kind of a moment there to see him leave with a hamstring. Something.
And by the way, still played 40 minutes. But Mikal Bridges 44 minutes plus 14 in the 4 minutes Mikal Bridges sat. The team managed to be outscored by 6 points.
Yeah, he's so key, and it felt like his ball pressure and the fact that he was picking up early and just applying a level of almost a defensive attitude in this game that I thought that I thought was important for this team. And it felt like he was a galvanizing force, and it didn't seem like Anunoby after the injury had his, he had a big steal late, but didn't necessarily have the same impact, maybe injury related, but it felt like Bridges on the wing was just everywhere. And you mentioned the rebounding. The Knicks they were cracked for offensive rebounds in the first half. I thought they cleaned that up for the most part in the second half. Bridges rebounding is a big part of that. And just the shot making, man. I mean,
you can't say enough about. I mean, like so often you don't have to shoot well to play well. Okay, Like when you get down to this time of year, and they're like, hey, guess what, everybody? There's no secret formula. There's no magic wand. There's no lamp with a genie in it. Go ask the Denver fucking Nuggets, who scored 8 points in the first quarter against the Oklahoma City Thunder yesterday. Everybody is out there scrounging, scrapping, clawing. You got to make the shots. You got to make the shots.
And listen, maybe this was the calculus of this team. When you brought in Bridges, you were giving up, obviously, some volume 3-point shooting, but maybe they were like, listen, nut crunching time, when this team needs a bucket in the half court, this guy has an ability to get buckets when you need them most in ways that are not necessarily pretty, but they are, it's like he has an ability to get shots off that are just reasonable enough in terms of the kind of like what you expect from a field goal in that area. But he's got such great touch in that zone, and he doesn't, typically turn the ball over, and he's going to get the shot off because of his like high release point. And he's got this ability to do it. And once he gets it going, you've seen this a few games this year. Once he gets it going from that area, he's really tough to stop. A lot of those buckets against Derek White, like really tough, contested,
he was hunting them too,
and hunting them. And the Knicks went through him. They played through him, and we've seen that now a couple of times in this postseason. And it's a real advantage to have a third guy when, if Towns doesn't really have it going, or Brunson kind of needs a blow, or he doesn't have it going, to have another guy is really important. And a guy that can get shots in that intermediate area is critical. And he's showing his value on both ends of the floor. And tonight was just like, why you bring him in here, because you need someone to sort of like take the baton for a 3-4 minute stretch. And he was able to do it in this game.
Speaking of making shots, OG Anunoby, 4 for 8 from 3 overall. In the second half of this basketball game, he was 5 of 6 from the field, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc. Again, you needed it. He had the looks, and he made the looks. And again, was it an OG masterclass on defense? No. Was he maybe a little bit compromised? Probably. He was a massive part of this win tonight as well. Yep. We kind of talked about Hart already. I thought Hart, Hart did some really nice things tonight. Let's be very clear about that. And it's never all about what Hart does or does not do. It's about the impact, and so I don't want to, disparage his performance. Let's end with Deuce and Cat. Let's talk about Deuce. I don't know how much we actually have to say about Deuce other than that,
8 for his last 16 for 3.
Yeah, that might be all we need to say about him.
The shots come around, right? The spacing was always there, but now the shot making is he's starting to make shots, and it's now you get the full Deuce package, which it's a really good player.
Yeah, and he we said it about quickly when he was here. Good things seem to happen with Deuce McBride's on the floor. And the numbers all year back that up, and not a coincidence that along with Mitchell Robinson, Tom Thibodeau kept Deuce McBride on the floor for the majority of that fourth quarter, right down until pretty much the very end. Let's end with Cat. I have to laugh. Such an interesting player, man.
Fascinating.
Look, Simmons is not making many Knick fan friends these days, but I did think his pod about Cat with Lowe, was it last week? They did kind of nail it, where they're like, has there ever been a player quite like this in terms of his career, and he's just a really interesting player. And you look tonight at what he did. He was a big part of them winning the game. He was a big part of them winning the game. They needed his shot making in the second half. I thought his decision making in the second half was, other than the one, it was the second half, right? The turnover that almost gave Tibbs a heart attack.
I think it made it 22-58, if I'm not mistaken.
What's that?
Yeah, it was. Did it make it 72-58? It was the one where Tatum intercepted it.
It was
lost his mind.
bad heart turn. Oh, the heart turnover was not good either. Yeah. Oh yes, there. Back to back. Yeah. Oh yes, it was that 72-58. Thank you. Sorry, it took me a second.
No, you're good.
So not all perfect, but like, I think for the only time other than Game 3 against Detroit, and for that magical 2 minutes of shot making against Detroit in Game 4, this is the first time I've watched Cat and been like, okay, I see it, I get it, I see it. You can be part of a championship winning team. Now, he was also off the floor for a big part of the fourth quarter, we should note. But while he was out there in the second half, he was a massive part of the Knicks' success. And you could tell he wants this so bad. You could tell he cares. That's the thing about Cat. Like, you feel bad getting on him about stuff because his heart's totally in the right place. He gives a shit. It's all the things that you want. It's just sometimes it can be frustrating. There were some times in the first half where it could be frustrating, but overall, a really nice night for Karl-Anthony Towns.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at 9 of 9 in the restricted area. So when he got into the restricted zone,
is that accurate?
9 of 9.
9 of 9 in this game
against Cornette, against Porzingis.
That's massive,
right? Against Horford, who has given him some trouble finishing at the rim. That is for a Knicks team that has not been, at least I haven't looked at the numbers, but it feels like the Knicks haven't been great in that area against the Celtics in the series.
That's my favorite stat of the night. No, if you look at some of their paint, look at the Knicks paint numbers from Game 3. It's like
brutal, brutal. Yeah, brutal stuff, man.
Yeah.
And so to go 9 of 9 from that zone is obviously massive. And then I love how simple the coverage was for him. It wasn't, all right, here's when we hedge, here's when we switch, here's when we drop, here's when we play high. Cat, you're switching every single time. And listen, I know the numbers and the defensive matchups tomorrow when NBA posts them are going to be pretty bad because Tatum got him on a lot of those possessions. But how many times were the Celtics were the Knicks in rotation off that? Very rarely. And to Tatum's credit, he made so many tough shots, and Cat was the one standing in front of him. But Cat also contested, I thought, for the most part, really well, and prevented Jaylen Brown from really getting going, prevented Drew Holiday from getting going from 3. So I think the fact that the defensive scheme was so simple allowed Cat to just play and utilize his length and his size and his ability to guard in those areas and to force contested shots. So for Tibbs, and listen, maybe that's what the game plan was in Game 3 and Cat didn't execute it. Whatever the case is, game plan was simple. Cat made it simple. He executed it simply. And while the results weren't perfect, they were less damaging than they were in Game 3. And I think that is all you can ask. Can you be a part of a good defense by not being the source of where our problems are sort of stemming from? And I thought Cat, he sort of hit that mark. And the offense was huge in a way. And I keep talking about this. This offense is not giving him all these opportunities to be like the Cat that we've seen in previous years and maybe in previous months in the season. But he's able to figure out a way to grind out points.
He found some holes. He found some holes there in the second half.
He did. He got some drives. He also had the nice alley-oop to Mitch. So there's starting to develop maybe some chemistry there. Listen, not perfect, but he was a key cog in a win that put the Knicks up 3-1. And that's all you can ask for. And I think your point about him caring and trying to do the right thing, that's 100% right. And I thought the game plan and his performance kind of showed that tonight. I thought it was all like really good. And you get a really good Cat and Brunson and Mikal and OG's defense. Everybody. This is the recipe of a great team. And I haven't used the word great with the Knicks team not once this year, but I'm starting to see, and I'm not even ready to say that with like my chest, but I'm starting to see the outlines of a great basketball team. And it's only going to get to that level if Cat is this as a baseline. And we'll have to see if he can continue to put forth these efforts. But hell of a performance tonight, man. The Knicks needed it. They don't win the game without him. Those minutes that he was out there just giving them good offense and productive defense was huge. And he needs to continue it, but I love the performance today.
Well, this allows us to bring it all the way back around. Yeah, having talent, obviously, it helps you be a great team. Being well coached helps you be a great team. All those, the depth helps you be a great team. Great teams have to have an ability to take punches. There's never been a great team that didn't have the ability to take a punch. And to your point about all of whatever the numbers are going to say about Cat's defense tomorrow not mattering, how many times throughout this entire game, after there was really strong defensive coverage for given who the personnel was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cat, Brunson, who are sometimes better Nick defenders. We just said, tip your cap. Don't let it impact you. Don't.
I think we said that 10 or 12 times in that game.
Had to.
Honest to God.
And we, and look, when they were down by 10, 12, 14 points and teetering, we probably look like a bunch of ass clowns. Be like, that's okay. That's fine. Everything's okay. Hold on.
Right.
There's a lifeboat over here. Maybe I can get on that. Oh no, the cello player's getting on that one. No, everything's fine. No, but it does really speak to the mental toughness, because when you're seeing the shots go down over your head, we've never played at this level. I would imagine it has to be easy to fall back into some bad habits or to lose faith or any of those sorts of things. Cat never did on defense. None of them ever did. The team didn't. They never let go of the rope. Again, it's going to look weird to go back and look at this game as the Knicks winning, kind of going away, and think back to the first half. It was dicey.
Mm-hmm.
It was really dicey. And they stuck it out. And now, look, you got to win one more game. I don't know how to talk about the rest of the series without referencing Tatum, but it seems like you were going to be facing a Celtics team that is not at full strength. Look, I want to be very clear about this. Is this Celtics team without Jason Tatum capable of beating any team on any night? Yes, they are. They still have that much talent. They're still that good. There is a championship medal there. Talk about the Knicks medal that they've showed. There is a championship medal with the Knicks or with the Celtics. Jaylen Brown, Finals MVP, Conference Finals MVP, All NBA level player, max player. Drew Holiday, future Hall of Famer. Derek White, inarguably one of the 40 best players in basketball, and that maybe not even doing him full service. Horford, Porzingis, I know, is compromised, but he still exists and can be is someone to be reckoned with. The sixth man of the year, Peyton Pritchard. Sam Hauser was a game time decision tonight, I think. He may be back. So this is not done. And, I don't know how many more games it's going to take or how many more games they're going to play. Two of the remaining games that could be on the schedule are in Boston, which, again, I know Boston doesn't always play well in Boston, but still. They got a chance here, Deej. They got a chance here. And you don't get many chances. It doesn't matter. I mean, unless you're KD and Steph together, and you teamed up to form a team that should have never been formed. You can't take any. And even then, they got two, right? That's only got two. They couldn't even get the third. LeBron at the Heat. We thought they were going to get 7, 6, 5, whatever the hell it was. They got 2. These chances do not come often. And you're right there.
And listen, we talked all year about, this is the start of a 2, 3, for me, 4-year run of this group. And this was, trying to, is the theory of the case, is this going to work? And what do we have to do to maybe make this a championship team? But that's all out the window now. I mean, you're up 3-1 in the conference
no.
semis. And
Now,
listen,
today,
I respect both teams in the other side of the bracket.
Oh,
I think both of them are excellent. One of them has been underrated for 2 years. So I'm not about to.
I'm not ready. I'm not bringing. I'm not even saying their name.
No, I'm
That
listen,
team's, that's Michael Myers for me. That team.
Listen, they scare the hell out of me too. And we know we don't even have to go the whole like we see the path right now. It's clear. And I thank you for saying that about this team having a chance that this group may never get. One as clear and as real as what they are seeing right now. You're up 3-1 against the Boston Celtics. It's right there for them. And listen, if you would have told me a month ago that this team was going to be up 3-1,
oh my God,
against the Boston Celtics in this conference semifinals, I couldn't even fathom that reality. So to be sitting here with that reality really hasn't completely sunk in, and maybe it will tomorrow, or maybe it never will.
Well, maybe if they win the series, it'll sink in.
Maybe then. Maybe then I'll believe it. But they can't let this opportunity go. They can't. You have to. And I tweeted it after the third quarter, like finish. That was the best third quarter of the year. Now finish the game. Now you finish the series. You got to finish. And that's what it's all about right now. That's everything. It's right there. You finish it. And I have confidence they will.
I do too. Deej, I don't know how I would do. I don't know how I would do this without you. Oh boy.
Oh, what do we got?
Got something. What the fuck is this?
Hey, Macri!
Yeah.
Macri! Are you a cop? Are you a cop? Are you no fucking cop? DJ, are you still a cop?
Hold on, you gotta grab my hand. What does he bash the head with? He bashes it with the.
Are you a cop?
With the he has the cast on. That's right, and he bashes with the cast.
Listen. Shout out Jason Tatum. Thoughts and prayers, of course. You guys did a good job of being respectful. And it was weird how we were going to ever transition to the positive vibes that this post game needed. So maybe this can also help. This is from the fine folks over at HBO.
After me. Fuck Boston. 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 We're not going to lose this fucking game. Get out there and kick their ass.
Boom.
Love it.
Shout out to the New York Knicks, who are up 3-1 in the series. I was doing a lot of post-game work to get things ready with Fanatic Sportsbook. So I missed. Did you guys say what the Knicks' offensive rating was in the second half?
DJ did, I think.
152.2. Holy shit. That'll play. I'll say that'll play. Shout out to Mike Breen. You got to be on the call for one of the biggest Knicks games in the last 25 years.
Friend of the pod, Mike Breen. Friend of the pod, Richard Jefferson. Then the other one. Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Ben Stiller. There's video of him dancing with Knicks fans. Timothy Chalamet, you are one of us, sir. We saw you wearing their heart on the sleeves with what was sitting next to you, and you still paid attention to basketball, sir. Shout out to the New York Knicks, who have put themselves, they earned this one. Go to the Knicks Film School merch store. Fuck them picks forever and ever. Shout out Mikal Bridges. You have earned your pinstripes. And DJ, shout out to you. You just said, if you told me a month ago that the Knicks would be up 3-1. DJ, if you told me a week ago that the Knicks would be up 3-1 on the Boston Celtics, I would have called you crazy. DJ, if you told me 3 hours ago,
I was about to say,
on the Boston Celtics,
I thought they were going to lose a heartbreaker tonight. And sorry, I should have.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm getting
with every Tatum dagger, and they all felt like daggers. With every Tatum dagger, I went back to my pregame from. I thought game 3 they were going to it was not. I just didn't have a good feeling about game 3 tonight. I thought it'd be a close game, and I had a feeling in my gut that they were going to lose a close game. And every time Tatum hit one of those shots, I'm like, oh shit, this is fucking happening.
Well, speaking of Jason Tatum, you mentioned it, and shout out to our friends at Fanatic Sportsbook as we get into some of our segments for tonight.
Yep.
Would you like to know the odds for the rest of? How about this? The Eastern Conference, John.
The Knicks to win the East are probably right now.
As of right now, according to our friends at Fanatic Sportsbook.
Plus 160.
Plus 125. They are currently the favorites to win the Eastern Conference, ahead of the Indiana Pacers, who are plus 200, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are plus 450, and the Boston Celtics, who are plus 750. Adding into it, Knicks in 5. I mean, look, if you bet it before the series, then you have done yourself justice.
Do we have to? No, I don't.
I'm just reading odds, John. Don't worry, they're locked. I can't even look at them. I was just looking at it. Okay, John's uncomfortable. Shout out to the sponsor, who hopefully that's what the money is for, to get over that discomfort. Having said all of that, shout out to the fine folks over at Fanatic Sportsbook. As I said, the Knicks are currently the favorites to win the Eastern Conference. I'm just going to throw out there that they have the second best odds to win the NBA championship as well, at plus 600. Shout out to the fine folks over at Fanatic Sportsbook. For those on the podcast audience, both John and DJ have the appropriate look of shock that this is the reality that we have now entered ourselves into. The Eastern Conference favorites,
not ready for
New York Knicks.
So
maybe something you are ready for is our betting and sweating picks.
Yes.
Shout out again to the Fanatic Sportsbook people over at Fanatic Sportsbook. Let's go through some picks that were made before the game in the app. I actually don't know the results of this yet. Mitchell Robinson,
got it right here. I got it right
Don,
here.
you take over then. Never mind. I'll go away.
So Mitchell Robinson, and it's funny, I was looking at this and I was looking at some big numbers. I was looking at Mitchell Robinson, 12 rebounds, 11 rebounds, 10 rebounds. And I were like, oh, we have to keep it within reason. So I went with 8 or more rebounds. Thank you, Mitchell Robinson, for pulling down exactly 8 rebounds and helping me win at plus 175. Giddy the F up. Right on cue. Deuce McBride, courtesy of Jeff. 6 or more points. He got 6 on the dot. So we are 2 for 2. That was plus 110. And then the man with the Chauncey Billups testicles, Sean with a W. Plus 1, Knicks plus 1.5, plus 165. Wins that one, going away.
Yeah. Shout out to Sean, who was also on screen at MSG tonight as part of a contest, and he got to meet.
Lose after that.
He got to dap up John Starks as he won a jersey. I need to go pinpoint the run. I feel like the Knicks were down 9 when that happened, and then the Knicks went on a run, like a 17-point turnaround. So shout out to Sean with the W. If you don't know what we're talking about, please go over to our socials, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. We have a video posted of Sean playing one of those timeout contests where he had to guess the trivia and all the nonsense, as John calls it, in between timeouts. I am thankful for the nonsense now because it gave us.
I'm fine.
You're fine when Sean's on screen. You're fine when Sean's on screen.
No, I'm fine with trivia. It's fine. Listen.
What is it? What's allowed in between timeouts or during timeouts?
Trivia is fine.
Okay, because there's learning
Cheerleaders
involved.
doing dance routines is fine. Red Panda at halftime, that's fine. Kiss Cam is fine. Fucking dragons jumping off ladders into empty boxes. I don't need that.
That was the greatest halftime show I've ever seen. He did a flip in the air off the top of a ladder onto a box. It was amazing.
People the same age as my grandparents going out there and doing dances, who are all dead, by the way, going out and doing dances at half court. You got a lot of perfectly aged Kylie Jenner?
Kylie Jenner, yes.
Get her out there. Thank God the Knicks don't do that with these.
I don't know if she's a dancer or not, but yes.
I'm sure she could figure it out.
Okay. I'm going to just say shout out to the fine folks over at Fanatic Sportsbook and the fun that we're having all throughout the playoffs. 3-0 in betting and sweating
fun.
tonight. We did a good job with that. Don't forget, folks, as I transition as best as I possibly can, earn up to 10% back on your bets, win or lose. Use Fan Cash on Team Gear on Fanatics.com, or bonus bets or profit boots in the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Stay tuned for exclusive offers all season long. Fellas, you want to give away some money, some Fan Cash potentially?
I do.
Let's do it.
Would that be a good idea? Shout out to a man named, as I get his name on the screen, a man named Henry Francis _10. You are a Fanatics Sportsbook $100 Fan Cash winner. I need to go find it. His parlay had like 23 legs, and
we're not going through it all.
We're not going through all of them, and I doubt they all hit, but you get $100 in Fan Cash.
Congratulations, Henry.
A reminder to everybody, we are doing another Fan Cash giveaway on Wednesday. I'm just going to say this. John, don't overreact. DJ, help me if he does. An elimination game, a potential elimination game for the Boston Celtics. The Knicks can eliminate the Boston Celtics.
It's facts. I mean, you're not saying
I'm
anything
literally
wrong.
saying nothing wrong. This is what
Everything
can
is
happen.
real.
On Wednesday, the Knicks can go to the conference finals with a win. This is my new favorite bit. On Wednesday. Okay, John, I'm not going to do it anymore. So the Knicks can win in 5 on Wednesday in an elimination game against the Boston Celtics. You all just need to send in your bet slips on Twitter for Game 5. Tag Knicks Film School, tag Fanatic Sportsbook, and hashtag sweepstakes. We will announce it after potentially the Knicks advance. Potentially, possibly, maybe that could happen on Wednesday, if that happens on Wednesday. So join us on Wednesday for the next sweepstakes. Okay, John might murder me if I say anything else about the fact that they're favored to win the conference and just have to win one more game against Boston. All right, DJ, I'll let you say your final thoughts.
Well, just thank you, Mark, for putting this in the chat. So I was curious about the no Hakamich. So Mazzulla was asked about it after the game, and he basically said that the opportunity really wasn't there. The Knicks took him out right before they had the opportunity. So basically, it wasn't an option for them as much as it was in the first. He says 2 games, maybe he meant 3. So we'll see if that's still a strategy going forward, but it was one of the more interesting and impactful subplots of the series that just wasn't a part of the game plan, or maybe wasn't an option for him. So we'll see if that reverts there in Game 5.
Yeah.
But
DJ,
what a win and what a position to be in. And
me and you and Sean with
Yeah.
the W, we're the 3 oldest heads here at KFS. We've been around. We're the ones that have been watching this team since the early mid-90s. You know, we know about disappointments in big spots.
And we know about being up 3-1 in conference semifinals. So I think that's where the resistance to getting a little bit out over our skis lies.
But look, coming off of what I refer to in today's Knicks Film School newsletter as the most deflating performance of my life for a Knicks team, and I use the word not the worst, not the most embarrassing, the most deflating, given the excitement going into Game 3 and then what you got from Game 3. Coming off of that, to come out there and do this.
Lost for words.
It's
hard to get. It's amazing, and just so happy to be able to share this with all you guys, all KFS, and everyone that's been following us and along for the ride. It's an incredible community, and I'm just thrilled beyond my wildest imaginations to be a part of it. And it's been quite the ride, and it's still going, and we'll see where it ends. But
yeah, one step at a
fun
time.
Ride so far. One step at a
go
time.
Check out the Knicks Film School Patreon. DJ Zullo and Benji Ritholtz are putting out the absolute best basketball content anywhere that anyone's doing, and they're doing it multiple times a week, and it'll cost you the price of a sandwich at your local deli. per month. So go check out Knicks Film School Patreon for film breakdowns, for bonus question or mailbag podcasts, for Benji's grade books, for everything under the sun that you could possibly want to enjoy this team as they make, again, potentially a special run here in these playoffs.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll be giving flowers to Jalen Brunson, a special breakdown likely tomorrow. So just be on the lookout for that. Thank you.
Giddy up.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Teach.
All right. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't hear you.
So how you feeling?
I'm looking forward to talking to some Knicks fans right now.
Love to hear it. Let's start with our friends at Fanatic Sportsbook. Sent in the
Let's.
first super chat tonight.
So, has Mikal Bridges earned his Knicks jersey yet? Well, I forget if there was an actual line in Goodfellas when Henry Hill gets pinched, but I remember where Bobby De Niro pulls him aside. He says, "You didn't rat on your friends. You didn't talk. You didn't rat on your friends." I don't know, man. Tonight felt like the Henry Hill moment for Mikal Bridges.
I'll extend the olive branch. I was thinking it in the third quarter, really in the fourth quarter when he got it going. The earning of pinstripes, to steal a Yankee reference, where you got to eventually earn your pinstripes. I was thinking it as he was hitting mid-range shot after mid-range shot. Yeah, he was instrumental to this team's earned victory in that second half, in that fourth quarter. Staring at it now, 14 points in the second half on 7 of 10 shooting. I mean, they don't win this game without him. And all the defense, 3 steals, a block, like all the things. He was great.
It's as big a Knicks supporting performance as, I mean, of the Thibodeau era. It has to be right there. Given the spot, given the stakes, given the opponent, just fuck them picks. That's all I gotta say.
Fuck them picks, indeed. Head over to the Knicks Film School merch store and get your Fuck Them Picks shirt or your We Built for This shirt.
That's
multiple shirts available. We got merch up at the Knicks Film School store. It's hyperlinked in the it's in the episode description on YouTube and in the episode description of your podcast feed. Okay, we've got a long night ahead of us. Shout out to Mark on the 1s and 2s.
That's right. I'm calling it sick tomorrow.
The Knicks. I'm just gonna say this. It's just a basic fact in the world, John. It's a fact. It's just a fact. They currently have the second best odds, according to our friends at Fanatic Sportsbook. Plus 600, if you're interested. Julius Randle, our old friend, he and the Minnesota Timberwolves are plus 700. So
having himself a night against the Golden State Warriors right now. Absolutely the biggest reason that the Wolves are, I think they're still leading. No, they're down by 2. But if I'll finish what you're saying, then I'll pull up Randall's numbers because he's having himself a game.
So shout out to Mensa. He and I did betting and sweating the full show today. I took Julius Randle plus 2+ 3-pointers made at plus 200.
You already got it.
100. Already got it. He's got 3 made.
3 of 5 from deep, 19 points on 13 shots. Yeah. And
Mensa took over 20.5 points at plus odds, and
he's at 19 points in the first half.
So shout out Julius Randle. A lot of Knicks and former Knicks doing great things tonight. Knicks fans, enjoy this. Job's not finished. As much as I joke around with John, job's not finished, but they are on the precipice of accomplishing something very incredible. Enjoy the journey. Enjoy all of it.
Man, I was about to say I had just gotten my driver's license the last time the Knicks were in the conference finals. That's not true because I failed my driving test the first 2 times I took it. So I had to wait a little bit extra time to get it. So the last time the Knicks made the conference finals, I was not yet able to drive legally by myself. And I am a 42-year-old man as of Saturday. And they are on the verge of doing this. They're on the verge of doing this. Just absolutely, it's the cognitive dissonance that comes with this part of it is what makes this season so just one of one. I could sit here and say with a straight face that this is in so many ways, the most unlikely group, the most unlikely unfolding of events as far as the Knicks are concerned in a positive way that I can remember since other than 1999, but since 1999. And yet, this is a team that went all in this summer, and they poured everything they had into this roster, and this is where they were supposed to, and maybe not up 3-1 of the Boston Celtics, but like up 3-1 of the conference semifinals. Like, yeah, this is what they were supposed to do, and yet it just feels just completely incomprehensible. It again, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. Sports rarely do, which is why we sit and we give our hearts to this stuff. Incredible. What a night. Let's talk about it. All right. We start off with a super chat from 4 p.m. today. Nickhead. Let's go, Knicks. Nickhead, I see you changed your little avatar to a man with a red beard holding a beer. I love it. It's great. Thanks, Nickhead. All right. Now we got some super chats from the first half of the game today. Curious the tenor of these. TJ2K, the draft is rigged. Their chowder is mid. Tatum is OG's kid. Knicks in 5. I love it. That's great, TJ2K. I'll save my thoughts on the draft for later. Rafa, awful start, no effort. Clearly, they don't want it. Rafa, man, not your best moment. Gotta tell you. And another one from Rafa. Oh, God, I feel bad reading it. Tim's fault for not switching everything to start game 3. Now Boston is confident and can't miss. Only 3 games left of the Tigs experience. Amen. Oh, Rafa, my dear boy. It's a shame. Sorry for your loss. Thanks, Rafa. Hey, Mark saying aged like milk. That aged that aged poorly. Haitian Ferg. Fuck them picks. Sorry, Mom. Let's go Knicks. I love you, Haitian. I love you, Haitian. You're the best. You've been my compatriot in our shared belief in many things with this team over the years. Glad we got to do this tonight. Thanks. JD, awesome bounce back. Could have easily rolled over and died after that first quarter. Hashtag Knicks in 5. Okay, man, we're going to be getting a lot of Knicks in 5, huh? Just let's keep things one. Like, go out there and earn it. Go out there and earn it. That's all. Go out there and earn it. But yes, they could have very easily rolled over and died. First quarter score of this game, by the way, for anybody who may not have been paying attention, it's not that it was 39-28, which it was 39-28, but it was 39-28, and the Celtics ended the first quarter on a 12-0 run, and every single one of those baskets, all 3-pointers, all of them were well defended. All of them were well defended. Really well defended. And maybe one was like kind of well defended. The other 3 were like really well defended. And it was just like, oh shit. You know, I guess that's what but yeah, to keep your resolve after that, man, that's either you have the most incredible mental toughness. And by the way, where does that mental toughness come from? I think maybe that's instilled partially by, some folks around the organization, folks around. That's all I'll say. Thanks, JD. Spicy Sham. My face has been frozen for 20 minutes. It was just a crazy night. It was just a crazy night. And like DJ said, I think at the top, we were waiting for the other shoe to drop. And never dropped. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Thanks, Spicy. Rafa, I take it back. They came to play. Can you take the whole thing back? About having that you're so happy that the Tibbs experience is only going to last a few games? This is all I ask. Again, we can criticize Tibbs. I like during this game or in the first half was like, man, with the confusion that they're showing out of the gate and what felt in the opening minutes of this game, almost like a lack of preparedness. I was like, man, the pink slip is getting filled out right now. Like it's okay to criticize. It's okay to say, hey, listen, maybe, there needs to be a change, but let's, I just at least want to try to keep it grounded in a level of appropriate respect for what the man has come in here. And they're not in this position up 3-1 in the conference finals without Tibbs for several reasons. One of which is the fact that he coached a really good game tonight. And I would say I've coached Missoula for the third time in this series. Hence, they're up 3-1. Thanks, Rafa. Spicy Sham with another one. Jalen Brunson, the prince that was promised. Yeah, Jalen Brunson. So, Jalen Brunson, decent basketball player. If you want to just go and look at his playoff game log going into tonight, as a Knick, Jalen Brunson has played 34 now career playoff games as a Knick. 34 career playoff games. Coming into tonight in those 33 games coming into tonight, 34 after tonight. So he was averaging exactly 30 points in his 33 playoff games as a Knick coming into tonight. Obviously, put up 39 tonight. Along with, did he get 7 assists? I think he got. Excuse me. Jalen Brunson had 12 assists tonight. I have not yet had time to look up how many players in Knick postseason history have had games where they've scored 39 points and dished 12 assists with 1 turnover. I would actually go so far as to say I doubt that there are. I don't think there have been 15 games in NBA playoff history where a player has scored 39 points, dished 12 assists, and committed 1 or fewer turnovers. That's going to be my guess. Something 15 or less is going to be my guess. Thanks, Spicy Sham. Robert W. Cross. My man. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. You've had it's been a few years for you, and you love this team like nobody's business, and you've never given up hope, and they're really close to doing something nice here. First time, long time. It's your boy John. I predicted the Knicks would play their best half of the season at halftime. Update: they did. It was by far their best half of the season. I'm trying to think of what's this. I mean, I don't even know what would be their second best half given the opponent and the stakes. Nothing comes close. Thanks, Robert. A cab includes the minutes police. Great line. Yeah. Sure, why not? Thanks for that. Juanon, what's going on, Juanon? This is why we stay calm. This is why we trust in Tibbs. We are 1 win away from the Eastern Conference Finals. No time for panicky motherfuckers. We got a title to win, John. Hashtag fire Tibbs. Yes. I don't know that I was panicked after game 3. I was just more disappointed. I was more disappointed in the effort that they came out with. Not effort's the wrong word. That they just didn't have the urgency. They told you. They didn't have the urgency. They did not have that special something that they have displayed in so many big moments when they needed it. And maybe it's just because they just needed to have their backs up against the wall. Maybe they needed to be down 14 on their home floor with the prospect of going back to Boston, tied and with home court advantage gone and like all that stuff. Maybe that's what they needed. I wish they didn't need that, but here we are. And yeah. Thanks, Juno. Kevin Danishevsky. Take another, Brooklyn. You'll need it after falling to 8th in the lottery. They didn't fall to 8th, did they? Did the Nets fall to 8th in the lottery? Oh my God. I know they didn't get like a high one of the top 4. I was watching it too. I didn't even ring that they fell to 8th. Oh, that sucks for them. Mikal motherfucking Bridges. Let's go. JB, Mount Rushmore, Nick. I hope JT is okay. Yeah. I was yelling, by the way, because Kevin Danishevsky typed in all caps. Yes. Trade's looking great. Mikal Bridges looking great. Jalen Brunson looking great. Nobody's looking like Evan Fournier. You're welcome, everybody. I did this. This is my doing. If you know, you know. Thanks, Kev. I am AK Legend. What's going on? I blacked out. Is this real? Let's go. Fuck Boston. No, look, it's real. They're up 3-1 in the conference semifinals against a team that was supposed to smoke them. And that beat them 4 times this year, often in dispiriting fashion. And it's just such a wild series to think about because, obviously, from a Boston perspective, the entire series doesn't even matter at this point from a Boston perspective, which is sad but true. But it doesn't matter because of what happened with Tatum tonight. But like, even putting that aside, which I understand you can't put it aside, but even putting that aside, if we go under the assumption that the Knicks win this game anyway, which I personally think is a fair assumption, although we'll never know. The Celtics would be sitting here being like, wait a minute, hold on. One game, we utterly destroyed them. And then in the other 3 games, we were up by 20 points, and 14 points. During parts of those other 3 games, it looked like they did not deserve to be on the same floor as us. And I do include tonight. Because tonight, there were, again, the Knicks were playing well in the first half. They weren't hitting as many shots. They, had a couple things to clean up, but they were playing well at both ends, generating good looks, defending well, and they were down by double digits. And so, again, to go back to Celtics' point of view, like parts of all 3 of these games where the Knicks didn't look like they deserved to be on the same court as us, and we lost all 3. Again, putting the Tatum thing aside, I don't know how I would even be able to process all that as a Celtics fan, other than to look at this Knicks team and not that they'll ever do this, but tip your cap and say they, for whatever imperfections they have some shit to them. And not only do they have some shit to them tonight, they figured out how to play like a basketball team, which they had not figured out how to do yet in 91 games. They figured it out tonight. Fuck, kudos to them, man. Thanks, I am AK Legend. Dan Hidalgo, stunned. 3-1. Odd series is an understatement. Let's go Knicks. Yeah, I stole your thunder, Dan. The strangest series I could remember watching in my life as a Knicks fan. That's it. Thanks. Bernard Richardson, what's going on, Bernard? I have a root canal in the morning. Just emailed them and said, skip the injections. I'm numb enough. That's fucking fantastic. If you're still scared, find an adult. No, I mean, look, you respect your opponent. You know the Celtics. Look, who knows how they're going to come out on when the hell's the next game? Wednesday. Jesus. I need like a week off. We'll see what happens on Wednesday, but great job by the Knicks to be in this position. Thanks, Bernard. Giovanni Mastretta, mid-range Mikal. One more, job's not done. Let's fucking go, Knicks. You just inspired me. I want to pull up, and I'll do it right now. Oh, I can do it right here. Look at that. Pull up Mikal Bridges' his shot chart tonight. Lot of blue dots in that mid-range area, boy. Let me tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 foot, 9 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot, 10 foot. No, sorry, 7 foot, 8 foot, 9 foot, 10 foot. Do we have one for every number? No, another 9, 12. Oh, let this be 11, 16. Okay, you almost got every number from 7 to 12, not quite. And then you had 3 from closer range, and only one of 6 from deep. And it's funny. I'm looking at his 3-point chart. All of his threes, with the exception of the one corner 3 that he missed, all of his threes came from the same area. The top of the arc on the left side of the court, and he made just one. You know, still struggling from deep, but that's okay. That's okay. Thanks, Giovanni. Anthony Sixto, what's going on, Anthony? Second half, beautiful. Showed they deserve to be up and look like the better team. About 35 years as a fan, and JB has me in disbelief. Hashtag 9 more wins. My goodness. I'm not thinking about it yet. I'm not there yet. I can't get there yet. One game at a time. One game at a time. Win the series. Win the series, and then you worry about getting 4 more. Brunson. I mean, what is there to say? I feel like I've waited my entire life to root for an athlete like him. I mean, I got to root for Derek Jeter because I grew up a Yankee fan before I married my wife and was threatened with divorce if that continued. No, I had given up. To be very clear, I stopped watching baseball altogether long before I met my wife because I just got bored of it, and then found her love of the Mets. But no, Jeter and Mariano Rivera, and it's like you can't really compare a closer in baseball to like a superstar in basketball. You can't even really compare a baseball player, period, to a superstar in basketball, because you have a superstar in basketball, you can be a great team. If you have a special player in baseball, it doesn't mean you're a good team. But yeah, I mean, in terms of my personal fan watching experience, it's just honestly, maybe Rivera might actually be the better comp. Because when he came in, there was just this sense of security, like, oh, we're in good hands, you know. Thanks, Anthony. Dennis D. Sabato, Bing Bong, go New York, go. Sure, why not? We'll get all the Bing Bongs out tonight. Might as well. Thanks, Dennis. Drew P. Drew, you were the one who brought up the starting lineup switch. You that segment on the X's and O's pod is what inspired me to write my newsletter today. It didn't take the advice, but hey, I don't know. Maybe for the best. Who knows? We might be watching the greatest Knick ever. Oh man, one year at a time for that. You know, I think there's. When I went through my Knicks top 75 a few years ago, I got to the finish line with Willis and Clyde and Patrick, and I was genuinely torn apart with how to order those three, because they all have argument, like not just like, oh, he has an argument. No, like they all have arguments for number one. Brunson is on his way to claiming the fourth spot. We got a little bit to go before he's in that next conversation. Because again, we're talking about 3 of the 50 greatest players of all time. Thanks, Drew. Deadwards 604 might be the best game they've played all year. No, might be. It is. Given the stakes in the opponent, prayers up for Tatum too. That did not look good. Yeah, all the prayers in the world up to Jason Tatum. Thanks, Deadwards. Jacob S. What's going on, Jacob? 5-hour post game incoming. You know, baby, I'm here for it. Let's go. I will. Well, I got something special coming up when we get to our shout out to Cornbread. But I'm almost done with. I got this bottle of Heaven Hill, which is a fantastic bourbon, by the way. Like 3-4 months ago, it's been my go-to because it's only 100 proof. But yeah, I'm gonna have to open up something else at some point. Anyway, we'll watch tomorrow after some juicy Bill Simmons tears scored so much on all NBA defender Derek White. Yeah, no, I mean look, the Celtics have a lot of things, and they are a better defense than the Detroit Pistons. They don't have an Asar Thompson, so yeah, they don't have an Asar Thompson. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks, Jacob. Huzzoo! Once again, can't believe we have number 11. Struggled the last couple games, but showed why he is who he is. 5 picks means nothing when the lottery is rigged. Let's go, Knicks. Yeah, it's like I agree with you. Jalen Brunson, for him, has struggled the last 4 games. And yet, I'm looking at his stats right now. Over those last 4 games, Jalen Brunson. Hold on. Well, no, I did the wrong sort. No, I have to do opponents versus all teams. There you go. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little slow with the wheel. And yet, as he has struggled, quote unquote, last 4 games, including tonight, 28 points a game, 43% from the field, 41.2% from 3 on 8.5 attempts per game, 81.5% from the line on nearly 7 free throw attempts per game, 7.8 assists, 2.8 turnovers, and not insignificant, 4 rebounds a night, and nearly a steal a game. This guy, man. This guy. Unbelievable. Thanks, Hush. Robert W. Cross with another one. First time, long time. It's your boy, John. We questioned this team's seriousness. I know I did. We called them soft. Did we call them soft? We danced around calling them soft. How about that? I don't know. Did I ever call them? I called certain players soft. I called Mikal Bridges soft. Definitely called Mikal Bridges soft. Famously. How's that aging? That's aging as well as Rafa's comments at the beginning of this postgame show. Anyway, they have left us wondering often, but maybe, just maybe, they will be NBA champions. Let's go Knicks. Listen, you got to get through this series. You got to win one more game. Ideally, they do take care of business in Game 5. And they come out, again, with the mentality of being down 3-1 as opposed to up 3-1. And maybe hope for an extended, again, I don't know if Donovan Mitchell's going to play tomorrow. You'd love it if that series got extended a little bit. We'll see. But in that, even, if it's not, then you're going to have a fresh Pacer team who is playing with all the confidence in the world, gave you everything you could handle last year. And then some. And that's again, winning another game against Boston's not going to be a picnic. The next, if they get to the next round, it's not going to be a picnic, but to say the least. And then, I'll just leave it at that. One step at a time. That's what this team does. One game at a time, one step at a time. Thank you, Robert. Spencer from the West. What's going on, Spencer from the West? OG heroic playing through that injury. So I should say he was asked about it after the game. Seems like it was not he seems like he's fine now. But yeah, man, 40 minutes. And shout out to Alex, by the way, one of our great patrons and supporters here of Knicks Film School, mentioned on the halftime Zoom, Knicks probably should have fouled to get OG out of the game after he injured himself, because that contributed to why Anunoby was not matched up on Tatum down the stretch of the first quarter, which led to some of those threes. So maybe that was one coaching error that they did have tonight. But yeah, great effort by OG. Jihad Brown, what's going on, Jihad? GG Tatum, I think good game, Tatum. The broadcast got so quiet once we pulled away. No Boris, no Reggie, just Mike talking to himself. LOL. Well, it wasn't Reggie. It was Richie Jefferson, but still. And Doris, look, I don't want. Doris Burks is a Hall of Famer, and she's a great ambassador to this game. There was one moment where I took maybe a little bit of issue with something that she said, but that's it. I was really happy to have Breen on the call. That's it. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks, Jihad. Scott Dolan, what's going on, Scott? I want any relation there? The Knicks beat the Celtics 3 out of 5 with a healthy Tatum. Do not let anyone take this away from us. They will try. No, this is, I mean, so I want to just all the podcasts tomorrow, it's all going to be about the Tatum injury, just so everybody knows. That's going to be the focus. And I don't, it is a potentially league-altering injury. It is I don't say that lightly. It is a potentially league-altering injury, for any number of reasons. It should be the lead story. But you are right to be clear that no one can or should take this victory away from the Knicks. They earn this 1,000%. They earn this. Thanks, Scott. Debo, what's going on, Debo? It all started with JB, but fourth quarter Mikal was money. Don't let up, assume nothing, and finish the job. One game away from the Eastern Conference Finals. Let's get it. Look, they were one game away from the Eastern Conference Finals last year. Different circumstances. They were never 3-1 in that series, for one. They were 3-2. They were not 3-1. And they ran out of bodies. So, tough to win games when you don't have any healthy players. Right now, knock on wood. Ooh. There it is. There it is. I found my skull. Knock on wood. They're healthy. Let's keep it that way. Thanks, Debo. Huzzoo. Job's not finished. Finish this in 5, please. What I wouldn't give for them to finish this in 5. Don't give the Celtics any hope. Every additional minute you play in this series is an opportunity for one of your big players to get injured. Just don't introduce that into the world. Thanks, Hush. Juanon with another one. Thank you, Juanon, man. That's very generous of you. I can't get over how much the NBA changed over the last 4 hours. Yeah, well, bigger impact on the offseason. Dallas winning the lottery or the Tatum injury. Both are going to have lasting impacts. #fire tips. What a great question from you, Juanon. You always have great questions. Bigger impact on the offseason. Because of the way you phrased the question, I'm going to say that Dallas winning the lottery, because let's say this injury didn't happen, and let's say the Celtics either won this game or won this series and then went on to win the NBA championship, whatever. Like, the Celtics were still going to have to probably do something this summer, and maybe I don't know how they're going to approach the summer now with the second apron stuff, but like, I don't think any team was going into next season being like, oh, we're not putting our best foot forward because like Boston existed. If you're asking me from a perspective of like, does Boston change their approach to next season because of the Tatum injury? Because there's already been talk about them wanting to avoid the second apron. So now do they drastically change course and like, I mean, I don't even, what would that even look like? I don't know I'm just struggling to envision a scenario where they're like, what do they do? Do they like jettison KP and Drew and like let Horford like, I don't see that. Yeah, I don't see that. So, but with the Mavs situation, but then again, like maybe the Mavs just take the kid and that's it. And they just take Flag. And how does that materially, and now them winning and not someone else winning who could have potentially traded that pick for Giannis? No, do the Mavs try to trade that pick for Giannis? Do they try to trade it for KD? Do they? Who the fuck? I mean, yeah. So the answer is the Mavs win the lottery. That's the answer. But what a great question. And I hope I didn't like misinterpret the question. But that, like, just hearing it the way you phrased it, that's my gut reaction. Sergio Escobar, what's going on? That's 7. 9 more to go. Let's freaking go. Look, again, a quarter century. A quarter century. The year 2000 is the last time they got halfway to the 16. They're now one game away from getting to halfway to the 16. Finish the series off. That's all. Thanks, Sergio. Bronco Davey, what's going on? I love rooting for Tibbs' team. Brunson is our captain. Bridges is our guy. New York Knicks, baby. Go New York, go New York, go. I'm happy you said that, Franco. I love rooting for a Tibbs team as well. I know it's been frustrating to root for a Tibbs team this year for a wide variety of reasons. I'm never going to take the stuff that people take for granted for as much as I think, especially over the last several weeks, several months, even I, who has been the biggest Tibbs supporter anywhere, have started to come around to like, okay, unless we see something different, there is evidence here that there might need to be a change. Doesn't mean I don't love rooting for a Tibbs team. And it doesn't mean I don't love rooting for him personally. It'd be so cool if he got the opportunity to go to an NBA Finals. It'd just be really cool for him and for the team. Thanks, Franco. Zip Davis, what's going on, Zip? Tatum, get well soon. Let's go Knicks and KFS. Ooh wee! Did I get that right? Yeah, I got that right. Thanks, Zip. Precocious Salmon. Love this name. First, Tatum injury sucks and took the air out of the game and the series. He was incredible both ways, saying as a recovering Tatum hater. Clouding a historic Nick moment. JB and Mikal, immense. Precocious Salmon, that's the best comment of the night so far. You nailed it. Took the air out of the game, and I do think it has taken the air a little bit out of the series, although, man, if the Knicks find a way to get one more win, I will feel bad for Tatum, but I will not. I personally will not let it diminish my enjoyment of the moment and also the pride I feel in being a Knicks fan. But as you said, it's the perfect word. It clouded tonight. It clouded what should have been not what should have been. It is a historic Knicks moment, but it has been clouded by that. Thanks, Precocious. Roger Fortune. First, all the best to Tatum. Wanted to win with him on the floor, as did I, man. As did I. But the burner from JB and Mikal started earlier than the fourth, and much needed. One more. Yes, one more. That's all it is. One more. I said it at the game too. Get two more. Now it's get one more. Again, the task looks a little bit easier. That cannot be the mentality. The mentality has to be same as it was going into tonight. Well, actually, maybe a little bit different because they started off like crap tonight. Thanks, Roger. Luyen, what's going on, Luyen? Thank you for the generous super chat. Hate to see such a great game and such a monumental win marred by what looked like a serious injury to Tatum. I hope he's okay because I really would love to see us win the series with both teams at full strength. Yeah, man. Yeah. No, like, absolutely. And look, they're up 3-1. Again, I think they would have been up 3-1 even if had that injury not occurred. Had the injury not occurred, my guess is that the Celtics would still be plus money to win the series. I don't know how much, plus. No, sorry, minus. No, minus money. Maybe like minus 110. Maybe even, maybe plus 110, plus 120, but something in that range. If the injury didn't happen, I still think that's where we would have been. They probably would have been minus money. I don't know. I'm doubting myself. I don't know. I don't know. But either way, I think we'd be looking at it differently. But here we are. Thanks, Liam. Frank Miranda, what's going on, Mac? It's your boy Frank from Patreon. First, prayers up for Jason Tatum. That dude is different. He is. However, it does not take away from our moment. KFS fam, we deserve this. Let's fucking go. Knicks salute, KFS. For anybody who doesn't know, Frank has been, you want to talk about an old school supporter of Knicks. You're not old, Frank. Not saying that. But an old school supporter of Knicks Film School. And there are few people that I've ever met that support this team that have the passion and the energy that Frank does. That he brings it every time we have a town hall. I always love the town halls because I know I'm going to see Frank. And shout out to you, man. Thank you. Jessica, happy belated Mother's Day. And of course, I'll read this. Happy belated birthday win, John. One more to go. Let's go Knicks. Yeah, good things come to those who wait, apparently. Thanks, Jess. Rich McLeod, what's going on, Rich? It'll get lost in the national convo because of the Tatum injury, but I hope that doesn't take away from the effort of this team tonight. They banded together in a way they have not done at any point this year. Really proud, inspiring. You nailed it. You nailed it. And I hope I hope there enough of the conversation is about what the Knicks accomplished tonight and in many ways arriving in grand fashion on the biggest stage as the team that we suspected they could be since this team was assembled in training camp. Are people going to pick them to win, to go to the finals now? Obviously, shout out to Fanatics. They're favored. We'll see. We'll see. I'm looking right now. Minnesota's up 80-68 in Golden State. It's an interesting score. Yeah. Well, long way to go. That Denver. Boy, am I going to be watching that Denver series even more closely. Denver OKC. Thanks, Rich. Nick Petrucelli, what's going on, Nick? Do you like that the Knicks switch everything all the time? I wouldn't mind to see an OG ambush the ball once or twice to catch them off guard. OG picks his spots. OG picks his spots, but in terms of the switching, it's not. It has nothing to do with like OG is the whole reason you switch is because OG's caught up on a pick. If OG's not caught up on a pick, then there's no switch. If OG gets through the pick, then that's great. I think, if you're talking about being more aggressive and like after the pick is set and they've already switched, having OG still come to the ball handler and put 2 on the ball and try to generate a steal that way. It's tough because then you're now with Tatum maybe down, it changes the equation. Tatum, I trust to make the right pass and execute that pass. If it's Jaylen Brown, I don't, it's a little bit different. So, yeah. Thanks, Nick. Jason M. Boy, we've been at this for a long time, man. Jason. Been at this for a long freaking time. So proud of this team. Best win in 25 years. Prayers up, Tatum. Yeah. Thank you, Jason. Kanyan Pepper. What's going on, Kanyan? Power went out this afternoon. Followed the game up until they took the lead, and miraculously the power came back on. One more. Thanks, Macri. My pleasure, man. Nothing's worse than a power outage on a game day. I've had it happen a few times here in Brooklyn over the last few years. The most memorable one for me, at least. Well, 2. We lost power briefly ahead of, oh my goodness. It was one of the games of the Detroit series. I forget which game. But it was one of the games of the Detroit series. That was no fun. And then memorably, the game that Jalen Brunson got injured against the Cavs in Cleveland, whatever it was, 30-something seconds into the game. I had to watch the first half of that game at a bar in the area. But yeah, and all's well that ends well, right? Thanks, Kanye. Man, Minnesota now up 17. Oof. Sam Garcia's dad, what's going on, Ray? John, can you believe this? I don't think I can. Hashtag 3 down, 1 to go. Can I believe it? Can I believe it? No. I wrote a newsletter after the regular season ended and before the playoffs began talking about habits and how Tom Thibodeau always talks about habits. And you build habits over the course of an entire season. And just being objective, I looked at 82 games and I looked at the habits that I thought they had built up. And I said, I did not think these were the habits of a team that can do what it seems like they might be in the process of doing. And I guess I didn't account for how mentally tough these guys are individually and how, even though we weren't always seeing it on the court, I think because of how difficult this season was and the criticism they received over the course of the season, how they kind of came together as a group, and also the Brunson injury, how that maybe helped them come together as a group when he was out for a month and they stayed afloat, more than stayed afloat. And I don't think I properly accounted enough for all of that and how much that steadied them and gave them this Steeler resolve that they clearly possess. And look, the talent's always been there. The talent was never in question. How the talent fit with each other. Did they have the right combination of skills, enough skills in enough places to those were questions. But look, they're showing us all up right now. Those of us who didn't maybe have the full belief. So good job by them. Thanks, Ray. Oscar Long, what's going on, Oscar? Hashtag to the, or shout out to the other side of the world. Mikal fucking Bridges. Hashtag Dixon 5. Belated happy birthday to you, John. Thank you very much, Oscar. I appreciate that. Appreciate you watching and chiming in from, the other side of the globe. And glad you're able to enjoy these wins. Q left blank. How are you this calm? I don't know, man. The Tatum injury, like, you could go. I think our reactions are, I'm sure, up on the YouTube channel if you want to go back and watch it. But like, it was that just impacted me a lot in terms of like the moment that we're in right now. I don't know. It doesn't seem real yet. Well, it doesn't seem real yet. And maybe and again, the series is in this weird place now where this injury happened and they're up 3-1. They do still have another game to get. And like, they have to get that game. Like, come see me when they win another game. How about that? Thanks, Q left blank. Michael Zeisman, what's going on, Michael? PJ Tucker unlocked the dog in Mikal. Seeing Mikal playfully shove him after the big stop in the corner was a beautiful thing to see. What a win. I saw that. I noticed that too. Great call by you, Michael. Great call by you. Both highlighting that play and PJ Tucker maybe giving this team, could we say that maybe PJ Tucker gave this team a little bit more than, like, no offense against him, but like that TJ Warren would have given him? Or whoever the fuck else people wanted to sign? Like, let's trust in Leon Rose. Trust in Leon Rose. Thanks, Michael. Mecky, what's going on, Mecky? Love an aggressive Jalen Brunson. Phenomenal performance. Don't forget, the Celtics played well, shot well from three, and rebounded their misses. They also had many free throws. Just don't have that clutch gene. Mikal hero. Poor Jason Tatum. So, to a few of those points. 3-point percentage. Pacers. Celtics outshot the Knicks in volume and accuracy. 37.5% on 48 attempts versus the Knicks 35.3% on 12 attempts. Celtics did get some offensive rebounds, 7 in total. Knicks got 13, so they had them in that area. However, free throws, 26-12. So the Celtics shot 14 more threes and 14 more free throws. How about that for some symmetry? I'm going to write that one down. 14 more threes, 14 more free throws for Boston. Yeah. It didn't matter. And yeah, I agree with you. The Celtics played well. And the Knicks were better. What a freaking world this is. Thanks, Becky. Jason with another one. Knicks closed without heart, only took 5 fouls in 92 games. Amazing how the offense looked when they can't ignore a player. Shout out to Deuce and Mitch. Yeah, so Josh Hart, final total in this game was, I believe, played 30 minutes? Played 30 minutes. When's the last time you think Josh Hart played 30 minutes or fewer in a basketball game for the Knicks? His lowest minute total in this. So actually, he only played 29 minutes in game 1 of the Detroit series. Also, was that because of foul trouble too? I forget. But he was awesome in that game. He was a plus 20 in that game. And he was, I thought, the most consistent player in the Detroit series. Different series, obviously. But since that game 1 against Detroit, Josh Hart in the playoffs has averaged 39.5 minutes per game, and he has played at least 34 minutes in every game, again, since game 1 against Detroit. Look, I won't repeat what we said earlier. Spacing is a lot easier when he's not in there. Just is the way it is. Thanks, Jason. Richard Bailey, what's going on, Richard? Jalen Brunson. We haven't had a leader that brings so much toughness, belief, and pride to this franchise since Patrick Ewing. Yeah, I mean, look, that's going to come off as a shot at Carmelo Anthony, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Carmelo Anthony was a great player. He was a great Knick. He is, at worst, actually, no, not even, at worst, the second best Knick of the last 25 years. Carried himself with nothing but dignity and class and professionalism and a lot more wins than people give him credit for in his time with New York. Jalen Brunson is a point guard. And I think because he is a point guard, it gives him the unique opportunity to be the leader that he is. And credit to the front office for putting Jalen Brunson in an incredible situation to really allow him to flourish. Not to say that it's always been perfect. Again, just look at some of the spacing that he's had to deal with since he's been here. But the entire organization, from really almost the moment he got here, recognized exactly what they had, and they're like, okay, we're going to maximize this, and I think that has helped him be the level of leader that he has been. Thanks, Richard. Sam Garcia. We was at the Mets game, so I couldn't watch until the end, but great comeback. Take care of business on Wednesday. And as always, F Boston. Sam, I got to tell you, maybe should have sold those Mets tickets tonight. Just throwing that out there. Thanks, Sam. JL, do not forget who was winning in score and in games when Tatum went out. They will try to rewrite history. No, we're not going to let them do that. That would be wrong. Prayers up for Tatum. All due respect to Tatum. The whole thing. We know how this game was going. Thanks, JL. Robert W. Cross. First time, long time at your boy John. Need to acknowledge Tom Thibodeau. Tibbs set the culture after years of unserious bull. He matters. Now the Knicks do too. Yeah, I mean, and that was the argument for me for years, is how many coaches have been through here. That was my argument for the first 2 years, even as things were going badly in year two. How many coaches have been through here? Let's stick with this guy. Let's stick with this guy who clearly, when you give him a roster that is the sort of roster that he can succeed with, he's going to give you a lot. And they gave him a roster that was really kind of tailor-made for him the last 2 years before this one. And he has been really pretty brilliant during that time. This year was a challenge. This is not a tailor-made Tibbs roster on either end of the floor. And I think what you're seeing now is that the traits that he has helped instill in this group, always, again, going back to what I said before about building habits. Yeah, maybe this team built up some pretty crappy habits over the course of 82 games, but they also built up some really important ones too. And physical toughness, mental toughness in close games, physical toughness in close games, perseverance in close games. Never getting too high, never getting too low, always making it about the next possession, always making it about the next game. Unselfishness. Always unselfish. And then, doing whatever it takes to win and making any sacrifice that is necessary. It's about the team. And within all of that, is there some good X's and O's stuff too? Yeah, there's some good X's and O's stuff too. The Knicks don't, we've been critical. I've been critical of it all year. Where is this offense with this talent that they have? Where is it? Where is it? You don't go out there tonight and score 121 points without something that has, like, that doesn't happen by accident. Like, they deserve all the credit in the world for executing and making shots. They were in a position to succeed tonight, and that's credit to the coach. Thanks, Robert. Pro Gills. What's going on, Pro Gills? Am I crazy, or were we using Mikal differently tonight? Felt like he was bringing up the ball and initiating offense way more and attacking, even with Jalen Brunson in the game. So Bridges was doing a lot of the heavy lifting with Brunson out in the beginning of the fourth quarter, but then after Brunson came back in, they were still going to Bridges because they knew that they could exploit the matchups better with him or easier with him as opposed to Brunson, who the Celtics are just always going to load up on almost regardless of who else is on the floor. So yeah, it was, I mean, they were going to him. They were going to him in the fourth quarter. They were like, that's what we're not used to seeing. In terms of how they were using him, the plays that were springing him, like, just get him into the mid-range. Pick and roll, get him into the mid-range. That stuff they've always done. But he was aggressive. That's the thing. He was aggressive in getting to all those spots. Thanks, Pro Gills. You're not crazy. Ant Rich, what's going on, Ant? Thank you very much, by the way, for the incredible generosity. I just saw how much the super chat was for. Mitch didn't miss one free throw tonight. Yeah. Somehow the ball kept moving despite Jalen playing so much ISO. Maybe Tibbs is more creative than he gets credit for. Well, I mean, he is. Look, sometimes, again, it's playoff basketball. You need your best players to come. I mean, the Boston Celtics, with all of their shooting and all of their talent and 5 guys on the floor at any given time who can shoot and dribble and pass and score and isolate if need be and all the things. Guess what? When push came to shove, what was it? It was Jason Tatum saying, mano a mano, I got this. And it was working. So it doesn't matter how good, Golden State, like, people over years when they've criticized, again, you're saying here, maybe Tibbs is more creative than he gets credit for. I don't know about creative, but like, there's this false thought that, it's the system. Yeah, the system can matters. System's only as good as the players that play for it. And for years and years and years, we've all, the comp has always been, oh, look at Golden State. Look at how much they pass the ball. Look at how the constant movement, this, that, and the other thing. Guess what? I'm watching the game right now. They're down 99-81. They have 81 points with under 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. All the beautiful game stuff out the window. Why? Because Steph Curry's not there. And he's not there to generate attention and generate respect from opposing defenses. And then it all starts to fall apart. Now, within that conversation, are some offenses more creative than other? Absolutely. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you face a defense this good, you need your best guys to just come up big and make buckets. You just have to. It has to be a part of the formula. Watch any team left in the playoffs, any team, and you get to a certain point of the game, it's like, all right, who's taking over? That's it. Thanks, Ant. Ant with another one. Thank you, Ant. This is exactly how Leon envisioned it over the summer. Everyone scoring. 120 points against the Celtics despite bricklaying early and a whistle-happy ref crew keeping us off the line in the first half. Yeah, I would say this is proof of concept. This is the vision. If he had a different vision other than this, I'd love to know what it was, because it looks pretty freaking good. Incredible. Incredible. I don't know how many different ways I'm going to say it, but I'll say it again. In-fucking-credible. Thank you, Ant. J-Mac GMAC. Love you guys. The Knicks hit everything in the fourth. Mitch, best midseason pickup. Fourth quarter Mikal is becoming a thing. Hashtag F them picks. Hold on one sec. I can. Okay. Mikal Bridges in the fourth quarter of this series. Mikal Bridges in the fourth quarter of this series. Where are we here? Hold on. Why can't I find it? Oh, yeah, here it is, right there. 11.2 minutes, 6.5 points, 63.2% from the field. And that's with only making 33% of his threes. He has taken 6 fourth quarter threes. He has made 2 of them. But 63% overall. Couple assists, couple rebounds. Plus 8 for the fourth quarters. Oh, per game, plus 8. Pretty good stuff. Thanks, Dylan. Hushu, all that trash I had to hear the last 2 days. Nothing was given to this team. Just Boston this or that. All that media can hold this W. JB is him. Let's go, Knicks. I mean, I've never consumed any Barstool content. It is not my... It's just not my cup of tea. I don't find it... I mean, from what I could tell, from like if I'm like scrolling and like I see the general gist of what it is, it does not seem like it would be for me. Dave Portnoy, that's his name? I mean, I should know the guy's name. The guy's like a multimillionaire. He has done the thing that like every content creator who is in a position like I am, like dreams of doing. Bringing his company up from the ground up and making it into something that he's, his grandkids are going to be able to live off of. So kudos to him for that. But sometimes, man, sometimes you just got to keep your fucking Boston yap shut. Because, again, you're from fucking Boston. Not New York, Boston. Who the fuck are you? Oh, look who's here.
There goes college soccer.
Who's Kawi taking?
Who's Kawi taking?
Oh, man.
Missoula's going to watch that on repeat for the next 2 days, trying to figure out what went wrong.
I'm imagining Portnoy's face in the closing minutes of this game, like Michelle Williams at the end of Manchester by the Sea. Can't even look at what's in front of him. Yeah, that sucks for him. Fuck off.
Yes, fuck off. The Portnoy point is that we're all acknowledging him and the engagement that he gets from the engagement, the rage baiting, which is all he cares about, the eyeballs. He's gonna cry with his pool of money, which could be a better place. Listen, my hair's real. That's all I would say to Dave. Is I've never paid for hair plugs. Personally, my nose doesn't look like that.
Yeah. Fuck all the way off. All right. You're here so I could pee. So I'm going to go.
Yes, totally. Shout out to everybody watching live. We have a lot of people watching live right now. Thank you so much to 4,700 people watching between Twitter and YouTube. The 1,400 of you still watching on a monumental night here for the New York Knicks. I'm just going to give a quick out of town scoreboard. Shout out to the former Knicks that are dominating the Golden State Warriors. Understandably, a shorthanded Golden State Warriors that don't have Steph Curry and apparently don't have Jimmy Butler either, because Jimmy Butler has 12 points through 3.5 quarters at the moment. The Minnesota Timberwolves lead the Golden State Warriors 105-87. Julius Randle in this game, 26 points on 19 field goal attempts, 4 of 8 from the field. Good to see things from Big Jew. Seriously, like I've said this across many platforms. They've become my second team at Minnesota. Don't think it hasn't crossed my mind. I'm okay to talk about it. That trade that happened before the beginning of the season, a couple days before training camp, might be the poster on the front page, the poster child for the NBA Finals. But we're not there yet. Job not finished. So we'll just talk about the Knicks being 1 win away. John, I don't know if you heard, but I was talking about how if the Knicks win on Wednesday, they advance to the conference finals for the first time in 25 years. 1 win. They need 1 win to advance to the conference finals. They would win in 5 games, the conference finals. I also gave an out-of-town scoreboard, up 105-87. The Minnesota Timberwolves are. Well, I was telling everybody 105-87.
Sorry. Oh, that's right, because we're live and there are people watching the program.
Usually when I'm telling you something, it's for everybody, not just for you. But
I always miss that. I always miss how, like,
it's okay.
Yeah,
there's other people listening. It's not just you and me talking. Yeah. It's okay. Totally fine.
But that's why we're good, because we talk like we just
bingo. 2 dudes at a bar, just a lot of people talking.
You know, we should do
4,700 people watching live. What?
How many people?
4,700 people.
Holy shit, that's pretty good.
Yes, very good. 1,400 on YouTube.
Giddy up.
Mm-hmm.
We should go see The Brutalist again. That was a great time.
So we've never actually talked about how that day went.
We're not going to talk about it right now.
Can I just? I was on no sleep going into a 3.5-hour movie with an intermission, and I've never asked you this because that day for me was very much about get through it and then I can go home and sleep. And then Luka got traded to the Lakers, and I didn't get to sleep for an additional 7 hours after that because content is king. I've always wanted to ask you this about our trip to see The Brutalist in Brooklyn, and I haven't yet. And I'm going to ask you live in front of 4,700 people.
What?
Was I snoring?
No.
Okay, so I never snorted at any point. I know I nodded several times throughout that showing, but I didn't know if I had a snore happen.
And no, you didn't snore. But then again, I may have joined.
You may not have been awake for when I did. Is what you're saying.
For the end of the first half. Talk about teetering on the edge.
Yeah, man. I really can't tell. It's been sitting on Oz's voodoo for the last 2 months. And I'd be like, I should give it another shot. But between the fact that
what?
you know this better than anybody. Well, we don't have 3.5 hours to just let me give another movie a shot. And just the fact that I don't. Every time I go to hit play, it's like, oh, I can watch him build a library again. Got it.
Look at that. He's looking at the. He's smoking a cigarette again. It's great.
Yes. He's sitting in the chair in the library that he built.
He's sitting
with windows.
There you go. Okay.
Yes.
Enough about
Real quick, I'm going to stay on I'm going to cut the line here, Mark, and put up a super chat that just popped in. And it's appropriate that I'm here for this. From Drew P. Claudio, can we take a second to laugh at the Nets? So the Brooklyn Nets fell to 8th in the lottery tonight. They will have the 8th pick of the NBA draft. They will not have Cooper flagged. They're probably in the Maluak, Trey Johnson, Con Knipple range. So Drew, here's the deal. I can't take 1 second to laugh at the Nets. I can, however, take 10 seconds to laugh at the Brooklyn Nets.
Oh my God. Can I just say,
fuck them pigs. Enjoy the 8th pick. Enjoy the city never being under that management as Mikal Bridges is 1 win away from the conference finals. You losers.
So to be clear, the 3 worst teams in the league, none of them got in the top 4.
Correct. Charlotte,
Jazz,
was the
Wizards,
the worst
Pelicans.
Team. Yep. 3 teams jumped. 3 teams jumped.
That's absolutely wild.
Yep.
Absolutely wild. Okay.
Bingo.
Thanks for
Okay.
that.
You're welcome.
Good to see you.
Go Knicks.
I'll
Fuck
see you at the
Boston
Bru-
and LOL, little brother. And I'll let you know how the Brutalist goes. By
I'll
the
see you
way
at the-
this post game's going, I can go watch it now and be done before you get done.
I'll see you at the Brutalist 2, more brutal.
Yeah. Electric Boogaloo.
Thank you, Drew. Jason Kirsch. What's going on, Jason? Everyone showed up tonight. Fuck the refs. Great Knicks win. We haven't mentioned Campaign's name with good reason. But Precious Chua played 1 minute. He was a -4. We don't have to talk about that either. But yeah, Bridges, Anunoby, Towns, Brunson, Hart, Robinson, McBride, 7 players. Like, of those, would you give the lowest grade to Josh Hart? Probably Josh Hart, right? And yet, I don't think anyone would say that Josh Hart played a bad basketball game. I thought he was good. But like, just fantastic stuff across the board from everyone. And that's really cool. Thanks, Jason. Bill Peter friend. 1 win away. Oh, man. Thank you, man. That's incredibly generous, Bill. Thank you so much for that contribution. Just to say those 3 words, but those are the only 3 words that matter right now. Again, I know we said the same 3 words after Game 5 last year, but just feels a little different now, which is crazy. It's crazy. Get it. Get the one. Get the one. Preferably on Wednesday night. Get it. Thanks, Bill. A Profound Dream. What's going on, A Profound Dream? You were giving all those questions in the Patreon mailbag I did. Thank you. Those were great questions. DJ Benji for a Patreon post. Thanks, guys. Shout out to the Knicks for finally putting it all together. Our top 7 are special. Tough, gutsy win. Yeah, man. Boy. You knew the depth wasn't great, but you also knew that when push came to shove, how many would you really need? You would need 7, right? Play 8, trust 7. He trusts 7 guys. Clearly, he trusts 7 guys. And a couple of those guys he trusts a lot. Like Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson tonight, 25 minutes. Which, hold on, I want to look something up real quick. Mitchell Robinson tonight, that is the most minutes that he has played in a playoff game since Game 1 against the Sixers. He played 30 minutes and 21 seconds against the Philadelphia 76ers last year in Game 1. So, and that was obviously more than a year ago. Fantastic stuff from Mitch. Think about it. There was a game in the Detroit series where Mitchell Robinson played 9 minutes. 25 minutes tonight. Great stuff. Thank you, A Profound Dream. Hush Zoo, big props to Mitch too. Absolute game changer. He's been awesome. Minute for minute, best player in the series. Here, I'll pull. Look, here, I'll pull it up right now. On court, last 4 games. Mitchell Robinson on the court. The Knicks are plus 18.1 points per 100 possessions. The next highest Knick, Deuce McBride, plus 4.2 per 100 possessions. Mitchell Robinson off the court. Knicks getting outscored by 19.6 points per 100 possessions. Next worst, Mikal Bridges off court, minus 10.8 points per 100 possessions. It's not close. It's not close. Mitchell Robinson's been the best player in the series. Been the best player in the series. Great stuff from him. Thank you, Hush. Blockness. I hope this is in reference to Mitch. First time, long time, boys. How about Mitch changing the game? It wasn't a perfect game from the Knicks, but love to see them keep the Celtics within arm's reach in the first. Good game from Deuce, and thank goodness OG came back out. Yeah, no, look, they any talk of this series, next series, beyond, they need OG. They need OG to be at his best. Let's hope he's not on the injury report for Game 5. That would be mildly upsetting. And was it a perfect game? No, look, you're never going to get a perfect basketball game. I don't know that I've ever seen the Knicks play a perfect basketball game. Game 4 against Philly last year is I always talk about this game. It felt in the moment like the closest thing that I had seen. Other than that, or Game 5 against the Pacers, but again, Pacers kind of eventually wilted in the second half of that one. Given the quality of the opponent, this is as close to a perfect game as I think you're going to get. Great job by them. Not letting go of the rope in that first quarter like they did, by the way, kind of, sort of, in Game 3. And Mitch, man, all the credit in the world. Talk about letting go of the rope. Celtics down 19, or Celtics. Warriors still down 19. Parrish Duggar. No Knicks fan is happy about Tatum. It makes me sick. But we were up 8, and we can't let that steal our joy. Come on now. The Knicks got hurt all last year. No, I think you said it well. Look, every Knicks fan right now is happy. We're all happy. We're all excited. Just acknowledging the reality. It is what it is. Thanks, Parrish. Alex! You. I effing told you at halftime. We're built for this. You're looking mighty prophetic, Alex. I got to tell you, you're looking mighty prophetic. I got to smoke some of what you got. That's what I got to do. Thanks, Alex. Luyen with another one. Thank you, Luyen. Heroes abound tonight, but man, did we need Bridges and OG's performances tonight. They were lights out. Happy OG's getting some love here. Again, do not write off 4 for 8 from deep lightly, especially how big some of those shots were in the moment. Just to go through a few of them. So there was a 3-pointer that OG hit to give the Knicks the lead at the end of the third quarter. And Josh Hart made a driving layup after that, but it was OG's 3 that gave them their first lead since the first quarter. That was absolutely massive. Jalen Brunson, by the way, great dish for that 3-pointer. And then in the fourth quarter, OG Anunoby made a 3-pointer with 5:52 to go. That was right after the freaking Tatum and one that should not have been an and one. It should have been called a freaking double dribble, is what it should have been called. And for OG to, after what could have been an incredibly deflating play, for OG to come down and make a 3-pointer right after that to break a tie, massive. And he had a couple other dunks. So, big time performance from OG Anunoby. The defense was there as always. Thanks, Leon. Zach Horowitz, my Alaska buddy. Shout out Ray Marcano. Some blood oath packed 10 I looked into recently. Oh boy, that's a bourbon shout out. These guys have so much heart, fought back versus the Celtics and the refs, and got stronger late. They have a lot of fight. They have a lot of character. They built it up over the course of this year, and in the case of Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, and Mikal Bridges, they've been building up this character and toughness for a decade since they played together at Villanova. It's a cool thing to see. Very cool thing to see. Thanks, Zach. Mitchell W. What's going on, Mitchell? Toward Achilles, popping wheelies. Doesn't matter. Knicks at 5. Tibbs reminding us all why we fell in love with him. Boston is scared of fourth quarter Mikal. You know who I feel like with Tibbs? And I don't even know if I can say this anymore because I've been not out on him, but I've been pretty critical of mostly just the offense. I just been really frustrated with the offense in the playoffs, feeling like, hey, man, this just isn't good enough. Probably not giving enough credit to the fact that this is the playoffs and playoff defenses do what they do to good offenses all the time. But, I feel like, the fan of like whether it's an actor or actress or a musical actor, someone that even when they're in a down period of their career, you never give up on, and then they have the career come back and be like, I was always there. I never took their poster off my wall. Not that I have a Tom Thibodeau poster on my wall. That would be really strange. Anyway, yeah, I mean, Boston right now in the fourth quarter of this series. Here, I'll pull it up. So Knicks in the fourth quarter of the series have a positive 32.8 net rating, 124.7 offense, 92 defense. Is that good? Seems good. Thanks, Mitchell. Jason Kirsch with another one. What are the odds Tatum plays the next game? I mean, look. We all saw it. So I would say low. A profound dream. Oh, all that Cal talk is done. 23-7-3, 4 steals, and 1 block. Yeah. Yeah. Here's something that I did not think that I would be thinking a month into the playoffs. Between Cat and Bridges, the guy who I'm like, I have zero questions about his fit on this team moving forward and his place on this roster next year and beyond. If you would have said before the playoffs started, like between Cat and Bridges, who's the guy that you're going to be like, have more questions about? Oh, should we maybe look to move him this summer, this and that? I would have said it would have been Bridges. Now, it's definitely not Bridges. Cat had himself a really nice game tonight. It has not been a great playoffs for Cat. It was not shaping up to be a great game from Cat. But he was awesome in the second half. Really awesome. Defensively, awesome. Keeping his head in the game, awesome. Making shots, awesome. I hope it continues. Let's keep this up, what we saw tonight. Thanks, a profound dream. Mitchell W. with another one. Who had Knicks Pacers Eastern Conference Finals on their bingo cards? I don't know, but I'm here for it. Redemption against Tyrese Halitosis. But first, fuck Boston. I read the words on the super chat, as I am obligated to do as host of this program. You will not get me to comment at all on that any further. Sorry, Mitchell. Adam Austin. What's going on, Adam? Jalen motherfucking Brunson is a bad man. He should have the Jules wallet. That's what he should have. He should have the Jules wallet. And you know what? While you're at it, give him the glowing briefcase too. Deserves both of them. This series has exceeded my wildest expectations. Knicks in 5. It's not just the series. How about the playoffs? Game 1, Detroit. Game 4, Detroit. Game 6, Detroit. Game 1, Boston. Game 2, Boston. Game 4, Boston. I mean, these are just all-timers. These are all-timers. And they're all happening in the same postseason. Wild. Wild stuff. Thanks, Adam. Hush Zib with another one. This team wasn't lying when they said keep it close till the fourth. Might be the best fourth quarter team we've had this century. Super impressive. Let's go Knicks. So again, I read you the stat before about the fourth quarter net rating in this series, plus 32.8. If we just go with their fourth quarter net rating in the playoffs as a whole, plus 16.3. If you want to compare that to the rest of the league, where are we here? There we go. So, fourth quarter net ratings in the playoffs, the Timberwolves actually have the best one, plus 36.6, and that doesn't include tonight. Tonight should be pretty good. Clippers, plus 20.5. Clippers, of course, eliminated in the first round. And then the Knicks, plus 16.3. Celtics, fourth quarter net rating in the playoffs, minus 5.1. Not what you want. Thanks, Hush. Ahmad Abukdare. What's going on, Ahmad? Every time I try watching the Knicks lose, when I don't, they win. Is it me? Should I not watch? I love them. So is it best I leave them for everyone? Yes, it is best you leave them for everyone. You know what you should do is not watch and then come watch the Knicks Film School Postgame Show, and also like this video and subscribe to this channel and subscribe to the podcast and also subscribe to the Patreon. And am I forgetting anything? Buy some merch, buy a mug, buy a shirt, buy a hat. Pay for me to come to your kid's birthday party. Do all that shit. Don't watch the games. Thanks, Ahmad. Sergio Acosta. What's going on, Sergio? Knicks at 5 plus 3,500. My Lord. I hope you put money down on that. Had it before the Tatum injury. Celtics are world-class chuckers, and we make them have to beat us by hitting a wild amount of threes. Brunson legacy game. Bridges, great secondary ball handler. Let's go, Knicks. God bless. Switch everything. Just switch everything. That's all. As DJ told you in the monologue, just switch everything. Stop with this pussyfooting around. Stop with all the nonsense. Just switch everything. You know? And if they beat you, they beat you. Guess what? They haven't beaten you enough. No, they've done a great job. They've done a great job defending this team. Credit to them. Thanks, Sergio. Jason Kirsch with another one. Thank you, Jason. Head says Knicks in 5, but Hart says we win in 7. I would like to win in 5. If you were going to ask me to rank the possibilities, I would rank Knicks in 5 as most likely. I would rank Knicks in 6 as second most likely. I would rank Knicks in 7. Please, the love of God, do not let this go to a game 7 as the third most likely. And I would rank Boston in 7 as the least likely. Thanks, Jason. Jay Vertical. Think of how far we've come from that December 4th game versus the Cavs a few years ago. Does this look different if we lose that game? In wins like this, I'm grateful for the journey from we here to a contender. I know the game Jay Vertical is talking about because I will never forget that game. And I will never forget the game that preceded it. The game that preceded it, of course, took place on December 3rd against the Dallas Mavericks when the Knicks blew a 15-point first-half lead and played the worst final 30-ish minutes of basketball that they have played in the Tom Thibodeau era. And I got on the post game and I said, this is it. This is it. Tibbs is going to get fired. You know, he survived last season. They were, I think, 10-13 at the time. And I said, this is it. We'll see what happens from here. But he's going to get fired. If he doesn't beat Cleveland. Next game, next day, Cleveland Cavaliers. One of the ugliest NBA basketball games you will ever see. Set the record for most traveling violations, I think it was. In that game. Disgusting game. The score was like 90-something to 80-something, whatever it was. But they won. And it was the first of 8 consecutive wins. And it rescued their season, and it rescued this era of Knicks basketball as we know it. With this coach and this core and the whole thing. Jericho Sims started a lot of those games. At power forward, mind you. How times have changed. Does it look different? Yeah, I think Tibbs. If they lose that game, I think Tibbs gets fired and the head coach. And I don't know. I mean, look, you listen. I'm sure there's people out there who think things would be better right now if Johnny Bryant was the head coach of the team. I don't share in that belief, but would things be different? Yeah, things would be very different. I think if they lost that game. So yeah. Things turn on a trifle, to quote a former president of basketball operations of this franchise. Thanks, Jay Vertical. Alex with another one. Alex, you're too much. This series isn't over. It's not. But Robert better be researching party buses. We might need 2. Plays I liked. Cat lob to Mitch and JB grabbing the offensive rebound and weaving through the trees for a layup built for this. The Jalen Brunson offensive rebound was so big. It made it 83. So again, I said I was going to go through it later. Maybe I will. I don't know if I'm going to go through it because we're already close to 3 hours and we have like 50 plus super chats left to go. But one of those plays where I said Brunson answered after a Tatum make. Tatum made a big shot to make it 83-76. Then that Jalen Brunson offensive rebound and the made basket happened right after that to make it 83-78. And then I think maybe Hart went 1 for 2 from the line, and then Brunson made a tough mid-ranger, and then it was the Brunson barrage line from Mike Breen. And then the OG 3. That was the big push. That was the big push. And the Brunson offensive rebound really started with that big push. So good job by you. Good job by you, Alex, spotlighting that. And then the Cat lob to Mitch. We've been waiting for it since Cat was in Minnesota. He used to do this with Rudy Gobert, and we haven't seen it yet. So it was a great time to pull it out. Made it 98-96. Great moment in the game. Right, by the way, right after a tough Tatum 3 to tie the game. Again, they had an answer for Tatum every freaking time. Every freaking time. Thanks, Alex. Riyadh Raheem. What's going on, Riyadh? Josh Hart's foul trouble might be the biggest blessing of the season. I could physically breathe myself with all that spacing in the fourth. I'm not gonna lie. I said it when Josh Hart got the 5th foul, and then Tibbs made the challenge, and I didn't love the challenge there. I understood it. I didn't love the challenge, but then when they lost the challenge, I said, like, maybe not the worst thing in the world. Maybe not the worst thing in the world, and I felt bad saying it, but I'm also just. I may love Josh Hart, and I may always try to offer sympathy for the viewpoint of keeping Josh Hart out there on the floor. But I'm still a fan, first and foremost. And when Hart got the 5th foul and they lost the challenge, I was like, shit, man. I'm not upset at this. Which speaks volumes. And again, because Hart, it's not like Hart was having a bad game. He was having a good game. And in the third quarter, he was part of that massive run of the third quarter. So again, we talk about revisionist history. Like, we don't want the revisionist history to be like, oh, Tatum left, and that's why the next one. Same thing with Josh Hart. Josh Hart was excellent in this game, in the third quarter in particular, but in overall, he had a good game. Thanks, Riyadh. Jason M, double big lineup with Brunson is the way to go. Why is Fred bothering me? Fred Katz, if you're watching this, go to sleep. Or write a fucking article about this team. Do something. Terrible. Double big lineup with Brunson. I wonder if we have some. Oh, look, Fred's in the comments. Look at you, Fred Katz. A man of the people. Who's better than Fred? Everybody, if you're in the comments and Fred is in there, make sure you give Fred a lot of shit. He deserves it. No, I'm kidding. Fred wrote, I'm not going to sit here and sing Fred's praises, but a fantastic piece. You want to talk about getting into the nitty gritty and getting into the nuance of why Game 3 went the way it did. Fred's actually out there. Like the fact that there was a clip that he found where there was like, I'm forgetting it offhand, but like some player made like a motion or something, and it revealed that like where there was confusion or why the coverage wasn't the way it was supposed to be. Only Fred finds this stuff. He's the best there is doing it, and thankful to have him around. I don't know how I got to talking about freaking Fred. Oh, Jason M. Yeah, Mark, I think it was Drew Holiday. Okay, so the double big lineup. Let me see if they have this data here. So first Boston is it going to have it now? It is up. Okay, hold on. Robinson, Brunson, Towns. Right? That's the three. Not as good as you'd think, believe it or not. 19 minutes. 119.5 offensive rating, 114.3 defensive rating, plus 5.2. It's very good, obviously. It's very good, obviously. Here, I got some numbers for you. Want some numbers? I'll give you some numbers. Bridges, Brunson, and Towns. Or sorry, Bridges, Brunson, and Robinson. Bridges, Brunson, and Robinson. 45 minutes. Plus 32.5. 125.3 offense. 92.8 defense. How you like them apples? Holy shit. Those are some numbers. Yeah. Just looking through this. Meanwhile, man, how about this? Again, I don't think this is indicative of. Well, I don't know what it's indicative of. Towns and Anunoby and Brunson in the series together. 97 minutes, minus 17.3. Anunoby's on-off numbers in the series have been terrible, by the way. I don't know that that's completely reflective of his play. And I actually don't think it's reflective of his play. I think Anunoby has had some rough, offensive games, but I think he's been good overall. But yeah, his on-off numbers stink, which is just interesting. Anyway, thanks, Jason. Oh, look, it's Fred Katz. Of course, because Fred's not doing work. I just want to say my Porzingis pick in our most important players draft looks pretty good. We may have to, so for anybody who doesn't know, we draft before each series the most important players in the series, and Fred drafted Porzingis. We never clarify the stupid rules of the stupid podcast that we come up with, but even though it's a fun podcast. Are you being facetious because Porzingis has so vastly underwhelmed? Or are you absolutely 100% right? And if anything, you should have drafted Porzingis higher. Or I should have drafted Porzingis as my first pick. Because the fact that because the fact that he's been so bad has clearly changed the series. If Porzingis was Porzingis in this series, I don't want to say out loud what we'd be talking about. Would we be? Yeah, exactly. So thanks for texting. He's saying he's so important that his inability to play is killing the Celtics. I mean, I don't know. Should we sit here and say, like, I don't even want to say it out loud where the series would be if Porzingis was like fully healthy. But look, hey, that's where I'm not feeling bad about that at all. I'm not feeling bad about that at all. This was the Celtics. They had the team, as I've said for 2 years. It's the greatest team you could assemble in the modern rules. Greatest team. Can't assemble a better basketball team than this Boston Celtics team at full strength. So we took one brick away from the wall. Obviously it's an important brick, but we took one brick away from the wall. This Knicks team was not supposed to be the team. We were supposed to be a year away. We were supposed to have another offseason's worth of transactions. We were supposed to see a year's worth of evidence and decide, okay, is this the right everything we need moving forward? So, did they catch a break here? Absolutely. Absolutely. And Porzingis is vitally important. But not feeling bad about it. And more importantly, we need to further clarify the rules of the draft to say that, like, just because you draft a player high does not mean you assume they're going to play well. Right? That's what you're saying here, basically. Which I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. That feels, I don't know if that passes the smell test. Thank you, Fred Katz. Yes, he's important, but he needs to play well. All right. Sheldon Gomes. Brunson deserves major credit for some of his individual defensive stands in this playoffs. Most underrated aspect of them being up 3-1 in the series? It's up there. It has to be up there. Now, they threw... Oh, shit. Wait, no, I wrote it down. When they let him switch onto Tatum. When did they let him switch onto Tatum? They were down... Okay, when they got down 72-58, JB came back, hit a three, made it 72-61. I highlighted it. And look, I don't highlight a lot. Look here, you can see the notes. Not a lot of highlights here. But I highlighted this baby. JB switch on to Tatum. I highlighted that because, as DJ was pointing out throughout the game, that was the one switch they just seemed to be refusing to make. That particular switch. Switch Brunson onto Brown, switch Brunson, whoever. No. Shit, even Porzingis a couple times. That was the matchup. Now they would try to send help, which didn't always end well, but they just try, and them trying to keep Brunson out of that singular matchup caused havoc because the Celtics good enough that they're oftentimes are going to find a way to get your two worst defenders into as the two defenders in the action, in the ball screen or whatever. And they finally let him switch, and he held up. Tatum missed. Brunson comes down, scores a two. Then after that is the flagrant one. Brunson makes 2 or 3 free throws. Then a Mikal Bridges midi, and all of a sudden it's a 9-0 run. And then there was some big back and forth between Tatum and Brunson. What a freaking game, man! What a fucking game! Seriously. Oh man, just a battle, just an absolute battle. But yeah, Brunson held up, and it was a big moment. So there you go. Thanks, Sheldon. Kara Goldenberg, what's going on, Kara? How are you? Your New York Knicks are now the second favorite to win it all. Yes, I know. Andrew Claudio has made me aware many times. Doesn't seem real. But here we are. Happy we're here. Very happy we're here. Thanks, Kara. Cab Ian, what's going on, Cab? Belated happy birthday. Thank you, Cab. I appreciate that. It was my birthday yesterday. Oh, happy birthday to you. The Knicks finding themselves and their grit in the playoffs is the best present ever. 3-1. Let's effing go. I mean, it's just, we thought last year was a team that was like a once-in-a-lifetime team, and now we're getting this team. And they're putting together this playoff run that is, man, it has a lot in common with 99. I know there's no Hawks series in this playoffs. And I know that team stunk during the regular season. They were 26-23, but it has a lot. A lot of 99 vibes for me. Long way to go, though. Although I'm not even going to say it out loud. Okay. Thanks, Cap. Dom Cappuccini, what's going on? Dom, my gut on Saturday told me that the Game 4 winner would win the series. Please, gut, don't tease me now. I may shit myself. We all are shitting ourselves. It's okay. I have some extra pull-ups upstairs. Although my daughter's a size like 5T, so it might be a little bit too small for you. Sorry for failing to find the silver lining at halftime. More Crow, please. Dom, you're a realist. You're a realist, and you're someone who observes the evidence, and you go by what you see. You don't have to be sorry. This team is kind of, for a team that's a win away from the fucking Eastern Conference Finals that won 51 games with multiple All-NBA players, like, they have beaten us down. The fact that we were going into the third quarter of this game and you had every right to be like, guys, I just don't see it. What a wild team. Truly. Anyway, a couple more here from Dom. And thank you, Dom, for all the generosity. As always, you're the best. I did say at halftime that I wasn't sure if the Knicks are good enough to hang with Boston when they are shooting 40% or better from three. They finished at 38%. Got them. Yeah, they finished at 38%, and I think they shot about 25% from three in the second half. And a lot of the ones they made in the second half, Tom, were just some Tatum, like, tip your cap. No one's stopping that. Incredible. 6'8", initiator of your offense is pulling, like, what are you gonna do? It's Luka shit right there. Thanks, Tom. This is the guy that outplayed Luka in the finals last year, by the way. Mecky with another one. Thank you, Mecky. This is incredibly generous. We broke the losing streak 0 for 8 over the past 3 seasons on ESPN and ABC. I saw that stat floating around today. I wasn't sure if that was real, but I'll take your word for it. Great to get a win. I don't care. ESPN, ABC, NBC, CBS, BBC, TLC, MTV. Trying to think, what was the name of the porn channel that you used to get when you had the illegal cable box? There were 2 porn channels. There was the Playboy channel, and then there was another lesser porn channel. Mark is telling me Adam and Eve. That doesn't ring. No. The box that I had, I think it was like not that Mom, if you're actually, Mom, you should probably do something else for a minute. But it was like channel 62 and 63, I think, were the 2 channels. And it was Playboy, and then the other channel was something else. I'm being told Robin Bird. I've never heard that. Spice. That's it. Spice. Yes, it was Spice. Spice was the channel. I'm so happy we've arrived at this place. I could say it was you. Okay, Fred, it was you. 3-hour mark. It only took us 3 hours to get to the porn conversation. That's great. Yeah, it's healthy. We're moving on. Matt Garrod, what's going on, Matt? We struggled at third. How do you go back from that? We struggled at third quarters all season, blowing leads and letting our guard down. Not tonight. We took the game in the third quarter. Let's go Knicks. Yes. The third quarter. It's funny. I said blowing leads. Changed one letter in that word. Yeah, no, the third quarters haven't always been great. I mean, in particular in the Detroit series, the third quarters were atrocious. I wrote about it for one of the newsletters where it wasn't even the whole team for the entire third quarter. It was the starting five coming out of the gate in the third quarter. It was just game after game after game after game. It was like comically bad. And they have, I think, started to figure it out. I thought actually the third quarter of game 3, they weren't good, but they weren't like atrocious. And then third quarter of game 1 and game 2 left a little bit to be desired. But hey, played well in third quarter today. That's all that matters. Thanks, Matt. Andy Sawicki, what's going on, Andy? Really, really cool to see this team bounce back. Again, they followed up their most, I'll use the same word again, deflating performance of their season with their best performance of the season. That says so much about this group. To go out there and execute, really execute. Not get lucky. Execute. Big time stuff. Thanks, Andy. Badowski, Burnham Bridges. Quote, I'm sorry, it's the pleats. It's actually an optical illusion. It's the pattern of my pants. Should I call a doc when this lasts well over 6 hours? Jesus Christ. Perfect timing on that one, Badowski. Yeah, you might need to call a doctor. Or just, go to your local urgent care. Thanks, Badowski. Next up, Kyle Crawford. What's going on, Kyle? Hate to see Tatum go down, but Pacers in 6. Me and Robert Cross need a Fanatic Sportsbook sponsored watch party in Central Oregon. So Fanatic Sportsbook is, they're worldwide, obviously, and they're all over the country. We'll see if we can look into that. Although Robert's been telling me for a while now that he wants to make the cross country flight. Maybe you could bum a ticket off of Robert and you both could come to New York. If the mood strikes you. Let's see. Pacers in 6. I'm assuming you mean Pacers in 6 against the Cavs. I hope that's what you mean. Thanks, Kyle. Next one from Kyle. Oh, you meant Knicks at 6. Oh, Christ. I meant Knicks at 6 versus the Pacers. # revenge. Well, the last time the Knicks played the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals, they lost in I can't remember if 2000 was in 5 or 6 games. That's a terrible job by me. Hold on. They won in 6 in 1999. But in 2000, I'm looking up right now. I can't believe I'm forgetting this off the top of my head. Yeah, it was in 6. It was in 6 in 2000. Yeah. I thought it was in 6. Look, again, we'll talk about the Eastern Conference Finals if and when it is time to talk about the Eastern Conference Finals. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks, Kyle. Taxi Dave. What's going on, Taxi Dave? Once we were back and forth in the fourth quarter, the game was ours. We own the fourth quarter as Captain Clutch takes over and leads us to the win. We're up 3-1 and don't have Tatum. Prayers for him. Yeah, man. And again, you just have to pour one out for Tatum because, like, I'm looking at it right now. So, Celtics down by 5. Tatum makes a 2-point shot. Celtics down by 3. Tatum makes a 3 to tie it. Celtics down by 2. Tatum makes a 3 to take the lead. Celtics down by 3. Tatum gets an and 1 to tie the game. And then at that point, finally, the magic ran out. But again, single-handedly, for the first half of the fourth quarter, Tatum kept them in this game. All the credit in the world to him. Thanks, Taxi Dave. Alex with another one. I guess game 3 was not a must-win game for the Knicks. I always thought that was silly. Like, I don't want to go on a diatribe against the national media, but like, yeah, I thought I said they should have treated it like they were down 0-2 and it was a must-win game of the series, but like, it wasn't a must-win game. Come home, you win one of the 2 games. That's it. Win one of the 2. Did losing game 3, especially in the way you lost game 3, make it perhaps more unlikely that you win game 4? We thought so. Apparently it didn't. You know? Thanks, Alex. Dylan DeAndrea, what's going on, Dylan? If Tatum is a no-go, how do you see the Knicks defensive assignments changing? And who likely steps into the starting 5 for the Celtics? Hashtag fuck Tom Brady. Hashtag fuck Boston. That's a great question. Who do I see stepping into the starting 5? I mean, you would think that it would be Al Horford. No, sorry, Porzingis. Sorry, I meant Porzingis. Could be Pritchard. Pritchard or Porzingis, but they're only playing with 8 guys too. Like, Cornette played 8 minutes in this game, and I think you like at this point, Cornette, like, the Knicks are hunting him so much. I don't know how tenable that is. Now, Sam Hauser might be back in game 5. I know people are like, Sam Hauser, who gives a shit? Sam Hauser is a big enough body who makes a ton of threes. So, but how do I see the defensive matchups changing? Let's go through it. So OG goes on Brown. Bridges goes on White. Well, actually, hold on. Now think about it. If they go big with KP, then Towns will go on Porzingis. I think you got to put Hart. on Horford. And then OG Brown, Bridges White, Brunson Drew. If they go Pritchard instead of Porzingis, then OG on Brown, Bridges on White, Cat obviously on Horford, Hart on Holiday, and then Brunson on Pritchard. I think that's my guess. I don't know. We'll see. Thanks, Dylan. I knew who Kylie Jenner was. Jesus Christ. I knew she was one of the siblings in the family. That's all. Andrew's making fun of me offline. That's all I'm going to say. Just Richards. Glad you called out the Boston fans media. There came a point to say the Knicks did enough things to win these 3 games. I mean, I don't really give a shit what they say. I really don't. Like, I'm happy for my team. I want to see my team finish this off. I want to see them make the Eastern Conference Finals. I feel badly for the Tatum situation, obviously. But, you know, I just be humble. That's all. It's not hard to be humble. I have like an ounce of class. Although, look at who I'm talking to. Thanks, Juice. Matt G, what's going on, Matt? Great win. No excuses. Now get the job done. Yes, 100%. Thank you, Matt. Chris Carter, what's going on, Chris? Thanks for the generosity here, man. Hoping better than the worst for Tatum. I'm ecstatic about the win, but I would be lying if I said the Tatum injury didn't overshadow the win for me a little bit. A terrible stain on a great basketball duel. Get well soon, JT. Completely agree. Totally. Completely agree. 100%. Like, there was a world where tonight was just like, you know, total yelling and shouting and banging desks and all that stuff. And it was a little bit more subdued. And that's just kind of reacting in the moment. And, you know, just hope for a speedy recovery. That's all. Thanks, Chris. Eduardo Teneo. Knicks in 5. Your lips to God's ears, Eduardo. Thank you. Badowski with another one. I need to say thank you to Mikal. Define that grit. Yeah. No, he has it, and then some, busting up a lot of narratives and a lot of misconceptions and preconceived notions. I got to say again, his rebounding in this series has been, so I mentioned 7 rebounds tonight. Just an awesome job by him to pull down 7 rebounds in a game like this. A lot of Knicks did work on the boards. Cat 11, Hart 9, Mitch 8, Bridges 7, Brunson 5. And in total, the Knicks ended up out rebounding the Celtics 43-31. That's just incredibly significant. In this series before tonight, so Bridges 7 rebounds tonight. 3 in game 3, but in game 2, 7, game 1, 6. So all the Knicks wins, not a coincidence, probably. Mikal Bridges has at least 6 rebounds for a guy that averaged, like, whatever he averaged, 3-point-something rebounds this year. 3-point-something? 3.2. Yeah. So thanks, Badowski. Huck Frazier. Huge win, but I will die on the hill that the Knicks are better 1 through what's on a defense. I mean, I just don't. Like, I don't. I think, do I think the Knicks have the best player in the series? Yeah, I'll take Brunson any day of the week on over Tatum, but Tatum, you don't have to make any compromises with Tatum. With Brunson, clearly, as evinced by the fact that Tibbs waited until the middle of the third quarter to switch him onto the Celtics' best player, like, the Celtics don't have to make any of those considerations. Like anybody that they play, they could switch on to anybody else, and they're fine with it. You know, ideally, do they want to keep certain guys off of Brunson or certain guys off? Yeah, but like that, you know, and that's what I mean. It's not about more talent. It's about how your talent functionally fits together. And as you know, something that many people make this point around this time of year, it's not about ceiling at this time of year. It's about floor. And how many compromises does your roster force you to make because of deficiencies laden within that roster? So, you know, and like you, I've been dying to see an offensive scheme that looks better and produces better results. I think we could also sit here and acknowledge that, that's hard to come by against a great defense like the Celtics, and the Celtics are a great defense. So, let's just enjoy the win and we will move on. Thanks, Huck. Dom with another one. Spill water on myself. Job ain't finished. Finish the damn job on Wednesday. Just do it and get it over with and be rewarded with extra rest. Finish the job. Finish the job. I so badly want to see them come out with the right intensity and focus and I don't want to be there sitting on Wednesday and watching them go down 18-6, 5 minutes or 6 minutes into the game and have the whole freaking game be a battle. Because here's the thing. If Tatum can't play, and obviously that's what we're assuming right now, the Celtics still have enough talent that if you spot them, a double-digit lead, let alone a 15 point or whatever, if you spot them a double-digit lead, they have the shooting, they have the talent, they could beat you very easily. So come out from the opening tip as if you're down 3-1. And leave it out there on the floor. Thanks, Tom. Boston Ryan. I'm happy for the Knicks fan base. You guys have sucked for so long, and Brunson is a gamer, but absolutely heartbroken about Tatum's injury. It's going to be 1.5 years at best. I hope not, Boston. You're right about this, though. We have sucked for a long time, or we did suck for a long time. I do take issue with the verbiage there, because you guys have sucked for so long implies that the suckage has continued up until this point. I don't know if you heard, I don't shine shoes no more, and neither do the Knicks. They've been one of the best, most competently run franchises in the sport for the last 5 years. Along with your Boston Celtics and the Denver Nuggets, they're the only 3 teams in the league to make it to at least the second round in each of the last 3 years. Not this year, 3 years. They have a culture, they have a core, they have a system of how they go about in their business, and that has clearly showed up in the series. So they did suck for a very long time. They have not sucked for a while. And then as far as Tatum, I wish he gets us. I really do. I mean it. Nobody wants to see this stuff. Even fans of the team that is trying to beat your team. So I hope he makes it back very, very fast. And hope he makes it back fast. Dom Cappuccini with another one. Robert Cross, all in Mitch 2025. Yes. Mitch for president. Here we go. Giddy up. Dylan DeAndrea, what's going on? Dylan. They laughed at the Brunson signing. They laughed at the Bridges trade. Who's laughing now? Answer, Leon. Hashtag, how about them apples? Hashtag, LOL Knicks. Hashtag, jobs not finished. Reading Andrew. Oh, here we go. Bill Simmons podcast just dropped. Here's the title of the podcast. Tatum suffers a devastating injury and Dallas wins a wild NBA lottery, with Jay Kyle Mann and Joe House. No mention of the Knicks in the title of the podcast. How about that? That's interesting. Thanks, Dylan. Kento Cato, what's going on, Kento? Sad to see Tatum injury. Incredible performance. As always, just keep it close. JB will carry us home. Mikal, big again. Top 3 favorite win of the last 25 years. Oh, boy. Is this number one? Is this number one? I mean, how do you compare this against game one? How do you compare this against game two? You know, it's a better performance. Your team played better. I mean, I don't know. This might be the best win of the last 25 years. I don't, or in terms of favorite win of, man, it's got to be in the conversation, right? It's got to be in the conversation. And yeah, like JB did play a significant role in taking them home. It was more than just JB. You know, like Brunson in the fourth quarter of this game made 3 field goals. Made it 3 to make it 116-104. That was probably the dagger. And then 2 middies, or actually floaters, truthfully, at 5 minutes to go and then 4 minutes to go. Knicks scored 33 points in this fourth quarter. And during the relevant portion of the quarter, I would say they scored, let's go 1, 2, 3. I would say 30, because I think the OG driving dunk to make it 118-106 was the last truly relevant bucket of this game. So out of those 30 points, Brunson had 7. This is a team effort. Team effort to bring this one home. Thanks, Kento. Cohen Gialli Brosnan. What's going on, Cohen? Breen used commentators' curse for good with KP's free throws. Let's fucking go, Knicks. Yeah, the KP 0 for 2 from the line. That happened. Man, that happened when it was 107-104. That was really big, because then Brunson comes down, hits the mid-ranger. Bridges gets a big rebound. Bridges hits a big mid-ranger, 111-104. Then there's the OG steal, which happened, obviously as the Tatum injury happened, 113-104. It ended up being, though, a big run, and Brunson's or Porzingis' free throws would have interrupted that run, but it went from 105-104 to 116-104. So that was what, an 11-0 run? Yeah, 11-0. There you go. I mean, it's when they sealed the game. Thanks, Colin. Paris Hutcherson. Paris, I haven't heard from you in a while. What's going on? In the fourth quarter, Jason Tatum had taken a dive, and as of right now, Boston not looking alive. I don't know about that one. Knicks in 5. I mean, I do appreciate the rhyming, but we don't want to make light of the injury here. Thanks, Paris. Will Oliver, best fucking game I've ever been to. Money well spent. Good for you, man. That's a game, man, you'll be telling your grandkids about, Will. Very cool stuff. Awesome. Happy for you that you got to see that. That's really cool. Okay. Frades Vader. What a win! When this team focuses, not even the whistle-swallowing refs can hold them back. Game 5 is going to be a war. Don't get it twisted. Let's fucking go Knicks. Yes. No, they have to go out there. I keep saying it. They have to treat Game 5 as if they're tied at the very least in the series. The refereeing was interesting. So in the first half, what was it? 16 to 2, I think, the free throws, or 16 to 4, whatever it was. It was, the disparity was significant. Here, I'll look it up right now. 15-4. 15-4. And those 4 free throws came at the end of the first half. So, yeah, I mean, clearly not equitable there. Did I feel like they were where they were because the refs were screwing them? I don't know. I don't know that I would say that. I did not think it was a favorable whistle. I thought it was an unfavorable whistle. Let's say that. Thanks, Phrase. Haitian Ferg with another one. Might just have another baby. Get my advice. Wait until this one is like 4 years old and then have that conversation with your significant other. It took me until my older one was like over 3.5 before I'm like, okay, I can work up the nerve to do this again. What do y'all think about Tibson or Tibalonia? Okay, I'm smacked. Let's go Knicks. We lit. I'm trying to think what's the most acceptable child name, baby name that you could generate from Tibbs. No. I was going to say tibia, but that's a body part. I don't know if there's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's only meant to be one Tibbs out there. Thanks, Haitian. Boxing Homer, what's going on, Boxing Homer? Thanks for the contribution. Pacers fan here. Looking forward to Pacers Knicks. Bite your tongue. We got to, both of us, look, Donovan Mitchell hurt in that series. Tatum hurt in this series. We all see where we all see where the arrows are pointing. But just like I'm sure you guys are rooting for an extended series on our end, we're rooting for an extended series on your end. All I will say is that if it is another series with the Pacers, very thankful that we get to experience the joys of Caitlin Cooper, who is just exceptional at what she does. And I'm a very proud subscriber to Basketball She Wrote. And, her breakdowns are just phenomenal. And what a fun series that would be. It would be a war. And, yeah, it would be a war. But we're not there yet. Thanks, Boxing Homer. Paris with another one. In spite of his free throws, Big Mitch is starting to find his way in these playoffs. You think? He's been the best player of the fucking team. I'd say he's finding his way. Thanks, Paris. Appreciate the contribution, man. TJ2K, most complete team win of the season. # 1 to go. Yes. Yeah. I'm not even sure that they're like, I don't even know what I would put second. Yes. Most complete team win of the season. I'm going to read a quick tweet before I get to this comment from Noah Dalzell, who does fantastic work covering the Celtics for a variety of outlets. She's really phenomenal. One thing I'll say while the thoughts are fresh, obviously Knicks fans were out celebrating, as they should, but heard from a ton of fans who were gutted at the injury they saw. The air went out of the building, a very human, compassionate response at MSG, at least what I saw. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised by that. Knicks fans are appreciative of the history of the sport, and I don't think anybody. I just don't think anybody wanted that. So, yeah, there you go. Okay, next up. Ginger Beard Man. Great name. Hello from Chicago. What's going on? Happened to be in New York City Saturday and had a great time at T Square despite the loss. Glad to hear, man. That's awesome. Great to hear that. Tonight was better. Thanks, KFS, for making me feel connected to the fan base. Now let's take Boston's heart in Game 5. This is what we're here to do. We are here to be a conduit for every Knicks fan out there, no matter where you are. If you're in Chicago, Kalamazoo, or anywhere in between. Thanks, Gingerbeard Man. Appreciate the contribution. Speaking of appreciate the contribution, David Futternick. Missing New York, something awful tonight. But man, this is the tastiest win since the last one. What grit, what resolve, proud. This is why you stay loyal to a team. Shouts to Allen Houston just because. Basketball is beautiful. Funny. I'm so happy you phrased it in that way. I mean, it just seemed like a lot of fans, they tapped out. Not like as being fans or even like as following this season. I don't want to imply that. Nor, by the way, do I wish to come off as like thinking little of any fans who were skeptical over this of this team. But I do think throughout the season, at some point or another, the vast majority of fans of this team had a moment where they were just like, man, I just don't have the belief. And like, yeah, I'll continue to watch. I'll continue to root. I got to tell you, man, Game 5 against the Pistons, I don't know what it was about that night, but something in me broke that night. And it maybe was like a culmination of a year's worth, felt like more than a year, but like a season's worth of defending them and their process and the journey and them trying to find who they were. And I'm like, and then they came out and they laid an egg. And I'm like, what, this is the team that I'm doing this for. So, but with great power comes great responsibility, but with great expectations come I don't have the cleanest prose to make the point that I'm going to make, but like with great expectations come a diminishment of your accomplishments. And this team did accomplish a lot this year. And it was not always easy. Again, I've said this line before, and I'll say it again because I think it's worth noting. They did not get 51 wins exclusively against the Charlotte Hornets and the Brooklyn Nets and the Toronto Raptors of the world. Like there were some quality efforts in there. And they over that time should have earned at least our attention and, as you say, loyalty until they, took their last breath as a team this season. That wasn't the case, I don't think. But it's very cool that they could have this moment now, because they've earned it and they worked their asses off for it. And I'm happy for us, and I'm happy for them. That's all there really is to it. Thanks, Dave. Angel Mercedes, what's going on, Angel? How are you? Knicks Wolves finals. Don't think I wasn't having notions watching the game earlier, the Warriors game. Julius and Dante are double agents and take their jerseys off to show their Knicks jerseys under and throw the ball into the stands to celebrate. Absolute cinema. Hashtag why not us? Yeah, it's funny. We made that why not us t-shirt last year. Maybe we should repurpose it for this year. I still have mine. Might break it out on Wednesday. We'll see. Look, like it's not off the table, right? It's not off the table. Talk about wild. I'm not allowing myself to go there yet. You know, I'm not. I'm just not. Thanks, Angel. Octopus Circus. What's going on, Octopus? No fucking quit in this team. Peace, love, Mikal. Yes, my trivia guy. No, they don't know how to quit. They're too stupid. They're too stupid. Like my wife always says about the dog. You stupid dog. That's what she always says about the dog. She loves the dog, but she says, you stupid dog all the time. Same thing about the Knicks. You stupid Knicks. You don't know what to quit. Thank God for them. It's great. Thanks, Octopus. Another one from him. Jalen Brunson will go down as the greatest Knick. Man, he's been here for 3 years. Not even 3 years. I'm certainly not going to sit here and be like, that's a ridiculous statement to make. It's not ridiculous. Because you're not saying he's the greatest Knick right now. You're saying he will go down as the greatest Knick. I mean, listen. You win a championship with this team, stay for the rest of this contract, maybe one more contract after that. It's not crazy to think about, but got a ways to go before that. Got a ways to go. One step at a time. Thanks, Octopus Circus. Danishevsky, I was wondering where Kev was. Wait, no, he did the all caps one earlier. I forgot. You know what? Because you weren't on the halftime Zoom. That's why I forgot. Anyway, it's odd, but it went from feeling like elevated 21-22 to elevated 22-23. Early, higher expectations, bad start, Tibbs on the hot seat, but it looks like we may end up exceeding those expectations. Yeah, I mean, every season has its own personality. I think, they've made so many big in-season moves. 21-22. It was unfair to ever compare this team to 21-22 because 21-22 just didn't have the talent. They just did not have the talent. I mean, all due respect to the folks that were on that team, they did not have the talent. And yeah, they probably underplayed their talent, but they didn't have the talent. The last few years, they've had talent. They've had real talent. More so last year. And now they have probably the most talent of any team they've had. And it's just the question of how does it fit together and how can they find that cohesion? I don't know. I'm going back to, I know you're not as old as me. I go back to 99. The closest comp I could think of is 99. And it's such an imperfect comp because, again, that team sucked in the regular season. This team did not. Thanks, Kev. Simon.
Hold on. To the previous super chatter, a Knicks versus Timberwolves NBA Finals is currently plus 650, according to our friends at Fanatic Sportsbook. If you would like to bet on those odds, which can happen, which are very close to happening, both teams are 1 win away from the conference finals. The Wolves for the second time in 2 years, the Knicks for the second time in 25. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook app and download the app and place your bets. Plus 650 for the Knicks and the Timberwolves to play each other in the NBA Finals. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Simon. Or Andrew. Sorry. It's late. It's 2 in the morning. It's 2 in the morning. Well. Look what happens when we play team basketball. No standing around watching JB dribble down the clock. Beautiful to watch. Let's go Knicks. I really want to just rewatch the whole second half and the offense in particular. The defense was great. I want to rewatch the offense. And I want to see what they found. And a lot of it was Brunson isolations. A lot of it was Bridges isolations. But there was something different about the offense. And again, it wasn't all Hart on the bench. That was not the case in the third quarter. The man played the whole third quarter. And the third quarter was pretty good. Knicks scored 37 points in that third quarter. So I want to go back and rewatch it. I'm looking forward to doing that. Thanks, Simon. Jay Vertical with another one. Mitch's screening tonight was the biggest story of the game for me. Although he can't shoot, he could space the floor vertically with screening, making him a threat. Mikal Horn's sets is a points per possession machine. Yes, when Mikal gets to go up against Boston drop bigs, which they all like to drop. So, but look, there were even possessions where he was going up against wing defenders and he was still finding fruit there. J Vertical, this is the best, maybe my favorite super chat of the night. It's up there. Mitch setting screens. We watch these games and we see the big shots and we see, you know, the splash plays, and we remember the runs and all of this shit. You win basketball games in the trenches. And Mitchell Robinson is a screen setter for Jalen Brunson in this series has been just an absolutely devastating weapon for the Knicks to use. I will go back and I will say it again. Or I actually, I don't even know if I read this exact stat, but I will read it now. Brunson and Robinson on the floor together in this series in 59 minutes, 126.7 offensive rating, plus 22.2 net rating. Of all of the lineups that have played more minutes, of all of the duos that have played more minutes together than Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson, the next best offensive rating is 114.2, and that's Robinson and Deuce over 64 minutes. So the Brunson-Robinson duo is, I'm looking at it right now, is a full 12 points per 100 possessions better on offense than the next closest duo that has played at least 50 minutes together in the series. The Celtics cannot stop them, and I think the reason they cannot stop them, to your point, Jay Vertical, is Mitch is out there setting the meanest screens of his life. Great job by you. Iceman Sham, what's going on, Iceman Sham? Great to be back super chatting after finals, but this is that's my fucking basketball team kind of win. Yeah, I didn't say it because, again, it was a little bit of a subdued start because of the Tatum injury, but that's my fucking basketball team. All right? You better believe it. And congratulations on being done with your finals. Jordan Miller, what's going on, Jordan? I had zero faith tonight. My brothers and I said we weren't going to a playoff game this year because this team just wasn't it. Never been happier to be wrong about the team that I opened up my wedding vows with. Oh, that's so cool, man. That's awesome. That's really cool. I didn't have the Knicks in my wedding vows. I did have a table at my wedding named The Pipe after J.R. Smith. Are you trying to get the pipe? But that's really awesome, man. And I don't know when your wedding vows were, if they were recent or a long time ago, but congratulations. And yeah, I was wrong about this team too. I didn't see this coming. You know, I picked Celtics in 6 before the series. So what do I know? Thanks, Jordan. Nick D. Mikal Jordan? OG's hamstring worried me. Glad he kept playing and hit big threes. Cam was rough. Would have loved to see us win 4 games with a healthy Tatum. Yeah, but look, you take stuff as it comes. Cam, man. I know it's an audio medium as well. If you can't see the face that I'm making, it's not a good one. Campaign, it hasn't gone great since game. Look, as we said, I think Benji wrote it that night. If that's all Campaign does for this entire playoff run, he will have been worth his contract. And I don't disagree with that. He's on a minimum contract. If you play a massive role in helping your team win game 1 of a playoff series at home that you probably would have lost if you didn't go crazy, you're worth your contract. That said, since that opening game, Campaign has gone has gone 5 of 19 from the field. So not exactly what you're looking for. Thanks, Nick. It was the old bitter beer phrase. Guy Huber then. Shout out Tibbs. Shout out the collective team. Glad Tibbs getting a little love tonight. He deserves it. He does. Voss Kalo, what's going on, Voss? Let's fucking go. This is unreal. Also having to see Brian Windhorst's smug face in total disarray after dismissing us game after game is equally as sweet. Bring it home. I don't even know what Windhorst said. I did not listen to the Windy Pod today. I frankly listened to the Ringer Big Picture Paul Newman Hall of Fame, which I had been putting off for the last day or so, and really enjoyed that. And then I listened to the Zach Lowe podcast with friend of the pod, Rob Mahoney, who did a wonderful job. And yeah, so I didn't listen to Windy. I do know that Timmy Bontemps, who I adore and am a big fan of and would love to have him on the Knicks Film School podcast. I did catch that he thought the Celtics would win 4 straight after game 2. So, throwing that out there. Thanks, Vass. Kara Goldenberg, what's going on, Kara? Again, thank you for the super chat. GMAC stole my Vegas odds thunder. I'm sorry. He does that a lot. He steals my thunder all the time. I hate him for it. So all I have is a Doris joke. Brunson could hit a buzzer beater from the parking lot and Doris would whisper, but did you see Al Horford's help defense? I wish I could remember the one play that Doris said something and I was like, and it bothered me. It was about, it was kind of a something she said kind of ignored like the refereeing discrepancy. No, it wasn't the KP rebound mark. No, I forget what it was. But it was only one thing. But look, Doris, she's a Hall of Famer, and she's forgotten more about basketball than I'll ever know. So, yeah. Thanks, Kara. Sergio Escobar with another one. Brunson has been playing the best defense of his career, and it should not go unnoticed. No, I hope it's not going unnoticed. We're trying very hard to make sure that it does not go unnoticed on this channel, at least. He's been phenomenal. He's been absolutely phenomenal. It's been a hard series for him, and he keeps producing. This guy's incredible. Thanks, Sergio. Anthony Strano, what's going on, Anthony? What stupid bet did that hack Paul Pierce lose this time? Oh, who gives a fuck? He's not relevant. I mean, he was relevant as a player. He was a great player. Great closer, great clutch player, great shot maker. Shot himself. Did do that. Did take a dump in his pants in a basketball game. Which, a lot of great players never did that I know of. He did. I don't really give a fuck about Paul Pierce. He could walk right the fuck into the Atlantic Ocean for all I care and join the other whales out there off of the bay or whatever body of water is off of Boston. And have fun with that, Paul. It's a good job by you. At least he probably lost some weight in his walk. Thanks, Anthony. It's a river. It's a body of water. Boston Ryan, watch your mouth. River. No, sorry, Boston Riot. I'm not gonna wash my mouth tonight. Not after all the shit that's been flowing, from some folk singular. Thanks, Boston. Alex, Mikal has only one free throw in 8 games versus Boston. I don't care. You're making a joke, Alex. Here's the thing. That dude was physical tonight. That dude came to play. That dude got nasty. He got in the muck. And there was a play. I know I wrote this down too. I'm not going to find it. Yes, no, I did find it. And early in the second quarter, Boston went on a 9-0 run with the Cat offensive foul in there. And that run, and Mikal Bridges, talk about stuff that will not go maybe as heralded as it should. That's a massive point in the game because Boston had gone on their 12-0 run to end the first quarter. And then in the second quarter, the Knicks started, they made a little push, and then Boston hit them back with a 9-0 run to make it 48-35. 13-point game. Again, teetering. Cameron Payne misses 3. Not what you want there. Jaylen Brown, thankfully, lost the ball out of bounds. And then Mikal Bridges had a layup there that he went into the post and he got physical. He got in the muck for that layup. And then next time down the floor, he got his own, caught an offensive rebound on his own miss, put back, lead down to 9. And then Deuce made a 3, but it was after great defense by Towns, and then Deuce made the 3. But it was Bridges who pushed the ball up the floor and then got Deuce that 3 in semi-transition. So that entire 7-0 run, and then it ended up being a 9-0 run because Cat made a good quick move to make it 48-44. That whole run was Bridges. And again, second quarter, you don't think about second quarters in fourth quarters when fourth quarters are back and forth. It was incredible. Incredibly important in this game. Thanks, Alex. Well, my goodness gracious. What is going on here? Lisa M., a.k.a. Sam Garcia's mom. Thank you, Lisa. And I'm going to have to just read your whole super chat now because you've been so generous. F. Dave Portnoy. What does the F stand for there, Lisa? Does it stand for Flog Dave Portnoy? Brig Dave Portnoy? Funk Dave Portnoy? Fart Dave Portnoy? No, it's not Paul Pierce. I don't know if Dave Portnoy ever shot himself. Probably did tonight. Watching this one unfold. Yeah, F. Dave Portnoy. He's a Michigan Wolverines fan as well. Doesn't sit well in our Buckeye household. Definitely F. Dave Portnoy. Yeah. Funk him right up his skinny little arse. Thanks, Lisa. Jeff, what's going on, Jeff? Nice win tonight on Betting and Sweating. The Celtics are clutch time chokers, hoops hubris. They revert to YOLO offense in the fourth. Not built to get real buckets. Garden Electric, win one more. Win one more. Win one more. Win one more. And then we'll talk about what happens then after they win one more. Not talking about anything else right now. Win one more. Thank you, Jeff. Casey Jones, Brooklyn. Jalen Brunson was a second-round pick. Why? Because the draft is an imperfect science. And front offices kind of have preconceived notions about what players can succeed at the highest level and succeed in ways that are, franchise changing. And the book on Jalen Brunson was that he would be a top-notch backup point guard. And if all you are is a top-notch backup point guard, well, then you can be a second-round pick. That's it. Thanks, Casey. Kevin Danishevsky, shout out Danny H falling to 5th in the lottery. # so sad. Yeah, the only faller tonight that I was upset about was Washington, because I thought Washington, they tanked away games this year, including memorably one against us that one at T-Square Social where they cut a 32-point lead down to like 4. But I thought Washington was interesting this year. They had some interesting young players, and they went out there and they got Middleton and Smat, and they tried to go out there and play real basketball. I felt bad that they fell, but that's it. What?
Say it again. Mac
Smat?
is smat. Mac is smat. That was
I
great.
don't do accent work. I could pull off a few words with the Boston accent.
That was fine. The Boston River. There's another # so sad that I just realized, and I need to be brought to everybody's attention at 2:15 in the morning, 4 hours into the live stream.
What? Did I do something wrong?
No. You did nothing wrong, and you might laugh at this too. So you probably actually already know this because you know everything. So the Mavericks won the lottery.
Yeah.
With the 11th best odds.
Okay.
Are you aware of the team that had the 11th worst record in the NBA?
Well, I saw Mark's comment just now. The Bulls?
No.
What team had the 11th worst record in the NBA? Hold on.
Mark, let him guess. Hold on, Mark. Let him guess. Let him put the pieces together.
Oh no, I could do that. It's an Eastern Conference team.
Mm-hmm.
An Eastern Conference playing team.
Mm-hmm.
The Heat?
The Miami Heat had the 11th worst record, won 2 play-in games, were not eligible for the play-in, and the team that got the 11th best odds won the lottery. # so sad. Heat culture, baby. Had to win those meaningless games to lose by 4,000 points to the Cavs, who aren't even going to advance past their next round. And you're on your way with your pick next year instead of Cooper Flag. Heat culture. Shout out Tyler Hero. Shout out Bam Adebayo.
Hey, they showed up. They showed up for Game 4 though.
Lost by 100 points and even more points because you lost the lottery. This is the funniest thing that's ever happened. That the Knicks might go to the conference finals. Might go to the conference finals. And the Brooklyn Nets dropped to 8. The Miami Heat, Heat cultured their way out of good lottery fortune.
Yeah.
This is the greatest night of my life. Sad about Jason Tatum. This is amazing.
I wish the Sixers didn't keep their pick.
So can I go full draft nerd on you? Shout out to Sam Vecini.
Uh-huh.
It's actually the funniest thing that they end up with the 3 pick because Ace Bailey is the perfect we just missed out on Dylan Harper. The way Knicks fans put up.
Barrett?
So less so because RJ. Oh, you know what? They profile the same, but
not
the
similar
offense
players, but in terms of where they slotted in that draft.
I would say it's closer to. Actually, that probably is a good comp, RJ Barrett, where it's a question whether he'll make an all-star team.
Because RJ, I remember I'll never forget we recorded that, or I recorded that night. I don't know. I forget if you were.
I was not with Knicks Film School yet.
But I was this has to be seen as a win because this draft had a clear, there's a drop between 1 and 2, there's a drop between 2 and 3, but there's the biggest drop arguably between 3 and everything else. And you had to, at least finish in the top 3. Is that not, is it so
Cooper is off the charts.
Cooper's
Dylan Harper,
Zion, except he plays basketball.
that honestly, that draft's not even the comp here, because from 3 to 7 is like all potential, like could make a
Potential all-stars.
could make a couple all-star, could be just good role player on teams. There's no like, it's really like after 8 where you go Malawak and Trey Johnson and Con Knipple and VJ Edgecombe.
The Rutgers kid who's going to go 2, Dylan Harper, Ron Harper's kid. I know that. He is profiles as like a top, like number 2 on a great team.
Yes, but so the cool part about the comps that Dylan Harper is drawing is they're like, it's a cross between like Cade and Jalen Brunson. That Jalen Brunson's name is being mentioned in the, like, he's like that type of big body and a passer, but he has the footwork of a Jalen Brunson.
Is
like,
he a wing?
Yeah, he's like a guard. He's like 6'6", 6'5".
No, because they have Fox and Castle already. So
I'm not even talking how he'll factor in on the Spurs. I'm thinking about how he'll factor on the Bucks.
You know what I want to happen?
What?
I want Cooper Flagg to come out and have a public press conference in which he declares that if the Dallas Mavericks don't trade the pick, he's going to go back to Duke and or play in Europe for a year.
That'd be funny. Go full John Elway. Can I give you an even bigger like galaxy brain scorched earth scenario here?
Sure.
What if Nico takes Dylan Harper? Because defense wins champion. Now the problem is Cooper Flagg's profiled as like one of the best defensive prospects that we've seen in years. What if Nico passes on Cooper Flagg because of a bad workout or he looks like Luka?
The Dallas thing is just. I don't want to talk about Dallas Mavericks right now, but we'll talk about it later.
We don't have to. This was a point. This was a take 10 seconds to laugh at the Miami Heat. That
always.
Giancarlo, shout out to him. He was like, I don't want to win. I don't want to make the playoffs. There was back and forth on the Miami Heat beat about whether or not to make the playoffs is a good thing. And it's like, listen, root for your team. Like the 11th pick is the 11th pick. It doesn't matter. Little did they know that the 11th pick was going to end up being the 1 pick, and it's the funniest outcome possible.
Well said. Thanks, Kev, and thanks, Andrew. Kevin Danishevsky, presuming Tatum is done, how does the game plan change? Yeah, I mean, I think just I went through the matchups before. I mean, you still switch. I personally would still switch everything because. What's the goal? The goal is you don't want to get put in the blender. That's the goal. That's the whole goal. The whole goal is you don't want to get put in the blender. If anything, now that their most devastating one-on-one player might not be available, that's all the more reason to switch everything. To me. Maybe I'm missing something obvious. Maybe someone smarter than me would come in here and be like, actually, no, here's why you should, hedge and recover or drop or whatever. I understand nobody else that has the potential to initiate their offense is the pull-up threat that Jason Tatum is. I totally get that. And that is, trying to prevent the pull-up is one of the big reasons why you switch. I don't know. I would still switch. That's my gut. My gut reaction to your question is I would still switch. Thanks, Kev. Z Raheem, what's going on, Z? Is it fair to say now with a 3-1 lead and Tatum potentially done that anything short of a series win would be a failure? Oh my God, Z! If they lost the series, it would be the most devastating. I mean, absent like some crazy injury in the first quarter of the next game or whatever. If they now lost the series, it would be the most devastating series loss. I mean, I don't even know how far back you'd have to go. My lifetime, certainly. Maybe in franchise history. I don't know. But yeah, you gotta win the series. Thanks, Z. Badowski with another one. My high diminished with Tatum. Happy non-contact. Beautiful game. Had heart sink. Seen it like 8 this year with Jalen. We mean it. Now can we celebrate this? Yeah, we can celebrate the win. We're absolutely celebrating the win. We haven't advanced yet, but celebrating the win 100%. Thanks, Badowski. Couple more here from Badowski. We aren't like Philly fans. Proven tonight more than ever. Right here, we with compassion outweighing. We love and respect the game. Oh, we aren't Cleveland too. Well, the Knicks fans aren't like anyone. That we're the best fans in sports. We're the most loyal fans in sports. We're the most knowledgeable fans in sports. And even though we, like any fan base, gets a little emotional at times, we have respect for the opponent and we have respect for the game. And we don't want to see anyone get hurt. We want to win fair and square. Now, they won fair and square tonight. They did enough to win that game even before that injury, but stinks moving forward. Thanks, Badowski. And one more from Badowski. 5 out of 5 placed $11 future money on Wolves Knicks at plus 5,000. Good job by you on May 5th. That is a good job by you. Well done. Thanks, Badowski. Hope you hit that. Brian Vasquez, thank you for the contribution, Brian. Appreciate you. Will Oliver, here's another just because you're still going. I tell you, I think I lasted a lot longer than Timmy did with the Jenner girl tonight. So that's something. I'll put that on the old bulletin board. Oh, Andrew didn't like that one. No, he didn't. Oh, he's still there. Oh, goodness. That's not that bad.
What lasted the longest? What you just referenced, this live stream, or Kim Kardashian's first marriage?
Was her first marriage to the Humphreys guy?
Yeah.
It lasted like 30 days, right?
Yeah, it was like a month and a half. So you're very young in the Twitterverse. This was a prominent joke when it happened. Like hashtag things longer than Kim's marriage was like a thing when I was in college. We all came up with like what was our best things longer than Kim's marriage, and it was like minute rice things longer than Kim's marriage. Like that was a thing.
Did he lead the league in rebounding one year?
Dog, I don't remember his number. If you're about to look up his numbers, he led the league in marrying Kim Kardashian.
No, he didn't lead the league in rebounding. He averaged 11 rebounds a game in the 11-12 season. That was probably close to top 5, right?
Fred, if you're listening to this tomorrow, this is what I'm talking about.
5th. He finished 5th in the league in rebounding 2 years in a row. Yeah, I knew that.
Great. I now know a second thing about Chris Humphries.
Well, the first thing was that he married Kim Kardashian.
There you go. Shout out Big Mike, silently rooting for Denver. Let's go Knicks. Man, we put up the odds earlier. Denver wins that series.
I mean,
think about what that world is.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And be careful. All I'll say with that is be careful what you wish for. That Jokic fellow is it's pretty good.
Knicks
Thanks, Big Mike. Badowski with another one. My pleats still. Yeah, you should probably go to a hospital to get that checked out. Thank you, Badowski. Brian Vasquez, how about some love for Tibbs? I mean, if you're asking. His style isn't for everyone, but who else is more dedicated to the craft? The Knicks look great. Shout out to him, man. I mean, there's no. If you could be the biggest Tom Thibodeau critic on the face of the earth, and I think even that person would acknowledge that there is nobody on planet Earth who cares about anything more than Tom Thibodeau cares about winning basketball games. You know, maybe to his detriment. I don't know, but he cares, and he had his team ready to play tonight, and he has put them in a position, and they have put themselves in a position to make this a season to remember, potentially. Got to get one more.
But just imagine, John, what happens when we upgrade from Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr. We need that coach to get us over the hump so we can make a conference finals.
I want to go back, and I really do want to watch all the offensive possessions from the second half, because the offense just looked so different from how we've seen, and I want to see what they did. Brunson was great. Mikal was
30 for 45 in the second half is insane.
It's
just insane. They were 30 for 45 in the second half.
But it felt, I don't know. I liked the way they went about their business in the second half. It obviously it helps when shots go down, but yeah, I don't know. Okay. Is that it? Are we done?
We are out.
Man, thank you to who? Mark, on the ones and twos all night long. What? Is he coming? There he is.
Oh man, I didn't. Okay.
How you feeling, by the way? I know I tried to minimize your because I know you were sick the other day.
I recovered pretty well over the weekend.
Oh, good. That's right. There was a whole weekend since then.
This is for you, Mark.
Yes. What the heck?
Candle I got for my wife years ago that she never opened. It's for Mark tonight.
Oh man, yeah, we've had
John just hold on. This is a podcast for those listening. John just held up a candle that said, "I fucking love you," and I just didn't know what that was. Was it a thing of gummies? Was it vapor rub? And was it an intimacy gift?
I'm gonna have right now. Actually,
it did look like an intimacy gift.
I was like, is that something Kylie gave Timmy or Timmy gave Kylie?
What the fuck is an intimacy gift?
I don't know how to answer that.
Roles between husband and wife, those type of gifts.
Like something you get your significant other that's like a hint. See,
I mean, I used to buy condoms.
You don't open it in front of the kids.
I don't have to do that anymore.
You're so blatant. Yes, because you don't like. I don't know how to answer this question. What is an intimacy
gift?
I don't, Mark. I don't know.
Like lingerie.
Yeah,
lingerie.
Along those lines.
The special, like, in the mood chocolate. I genuinely don't know how to talk to you about this. Like, I thought this was an implied thing that all men knew they had to.
Andrew, I don't know if you caught it before, but I was feeding John information about porn channels before.
Yeah, he was.
So that was the highlight of my night.
So Fred said John was talking about porn. I assumed this was like he was still on the Jenner girl that he discovered tonight.
What do you think? What kind of intimacy gift do you think Timmy gives to her?
Money.
It's funny. I was just gonna make a joke. It's like, hey, there's $20 on the kitchen counter. Is that kind of what it is? Intimacy gift?
No. Oh my god.
Is she the one that was a billionaire though?
She's a makeup line, I believe.
Yes, her makeup line.
Oh, I don't know.
My wife loves.
So maybe they exchange.
It might be the other way around.
I don't know. He gives her the milk from Dune, probably, like a jar of milk,
or the popcorn bucket or something.
Yeah, oh my god, the popcorn. That's it. That's what he gives her.
You are here talking about Timmy Chalamet giving Kylie Jenner the milk,
blue milk,
and I'm the one that gets the fucking
rails now.
air.
At least he knows what an intimacy gift is.
Now,
intimacy gift.
Ooh.
What? I can't.
What is Tibbs' intimacy gift?
Oh Jesus!
A VCR.
Clipboard.
Yeah.
What's
the laser pointer that he could point to the screen? That's a Tibbs intimacy gift. There you go. A microwave pizza.
Jesus. All right. This has been fun. Thank you,
I'm in
Mark.
the mood tonight. 3 hot and ready to go.
Hot and ready?
Yeah, I don't know. I could think of
What's
a
hot and ready?
well, it's the Little Caesars version of pizza. That's what they call their $5 pizza.
Oh, I
It's
didn't
hot
even
and
know
ready.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just couldn't
sounds
think of a.
good.
I couldn't think of a oven pizza. DiGiorno, I guess, would be the one.
Sure,
most
no,
popular.
it's not delivery. It's
I gotta be
DiGiorno.
honest. Since moving out to Queens, I don't buy frozen pizza anymore.
Oh,
I'm just
No, DiGiorno's good. We
I
do
think hot and
the Trader
ready
Joe's one.
kind of stuck with the theme though.
yeah. Totino's, right? That's a frozen pizza brand, right?
No,
It's like the
Totino's is
cheap
like
one.
the oldest pizzeria in New York, or at least it was the Coney Island. I don't think they do frozen.
What am I thinking of then? Okay, there's a frozen pizza brand that I used to get all the time in college because, well, broke, and it was
Oh, I
like
don't
$1.25
That's not
a pie, but it was like a frozen pizza that takes like 5 minutes
Celeste.
to warm up. There's
Oh.
the one. Celeste is the one.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well done, John.
Celeste is good. Okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you,
You're welcome.
DJ, for hopping on at the beginning here. Thank you, Andrew Claudio, for making me aware that intimacy gift is a thing. I'm gonna go Tostinos.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Dirty Dancing nail. Although this is a typo. Tostinios is what
Yeah,
it's spelled.
I don't know.
And then Charles Berg, Red Baron. That's the other one that I've
Well,
seen at the.
Yeah,
That's a classic one. Fair enough.
fair enough.
Stu DeMeglio. Cardi B was there too. You discovered her tonight. Although you didn't know who she was.
No, I knew again
That's right.
the red shoes song. I used to run. I haven't run to that song in a while. I don't know why. I love that song.
Yep. When I think about Cardi B, I think about her shoes.
It's just big ass too, right?
Oh man,
You gotta have nice shoes to
this is hour 4,
support that.
baby.
Support that load.
Yeah,
Timmy
that's true.
should do the double trouble there if he's
Oh,
really
dear
feeling
God.
good tonight.
Wow.
Listen, it's not every day the Knicks are a win away from the conference finals. Go for it, man. You're Timmy Chalamet. Okay. Thanks
Put the
everybody
banner
for
up,
watching.
Mark. Put the banner up, Mark, please.
I keep going. That's what someone said.
Yeah. After an
thanks-
intimacy gift. Yes. Thank you for tuning in. Please like this video, subscribe to our channel. Please leave a 5-star rating wherever you are listening to this episode.
Fuck Dave Portnoy. Dave Portnoy has never gotten anybody an intimacy gift in his life.
Don't read the news. We'll be back in the future with more things. Hopefully after the Knicks have won another game, maybe before that. Check out Betting and Sweating. Follow us on subscribe to our playback channel. We'll be watching along with us on Wednesday. And yeah, fun night. The Knicks are 1 win away from the conference finals. So.
Giddy up. See everybody later. Thanks for watching.